Testing 1, 2. There we go. We are live. How you guys all doing? Sending you big love. Om Namah Shivaya. From down under, southern tip of Africa, the land where penguins love to play. Myself and Cosmic have landed in the studio. Namaste. We got Howard and we got Neil in the house. How you guys doing? I've been looking into getting a new mic. I think I might sell this one. This mic is good, but it's not really ideal for what I'm doing. And I've realized I need a different setup. So maybe I'll keep this mic for singing. It's probably a better singing mic. So without further ado, we're going to be talking about geomancy and the ley lines of the body and how those energy dragon paths bisect each other and how they are a reflection of the dragon lines that we see in the earth. And just exactly how this mechanics fits together and how it all manages this symphony of life and of consciousness that we experience on the day-to-day. Big love to you, Howard. Getting jiggy with the live. Sorry that I'm so slow and so late to arrive. Well, actually, I'm my usual time, isn't it? Usual time. So we've got Cosmic and Indie Sage with us, starting off this roadhouse. We got Mexico is going to be joining us because Mexico is a kinesiologist. So this is right on top of Mexico's landing strip. And yeah, without any further ado, let me address the people in the table. We've got Cosmic. Cosmic is a modern day John D. Only he don't need a crystal ball because he's gonna give it all. And he's got a relationship with the Fae that he's been developing over a number of years. And with that relationship, the quid pro quo has been a lot of information that he's gained about how the universe works and a structuring, a way of understanding cosmology, cosmogony, as well as, of course, the Fey language and an entire magical system evolving, shall we say. So Dear Cosmic has been at this for quite a while. He's definitely a cosmic dude. We've also got Indie Sage, Indie Sage, as with his name, he's a bit of a sage. He's what I call the true Virgo experience. He's a man with books, and he loves his books. He's been around books. He knows his way around a book or two. He's an anthropologist at heart, but he's elbow deep into various different occult themes, occult practices, Taoism, Western Hermetics, as well as various different philosophies that go with the different systems and practices related to them. He's a shadow worker. It's one of his things. Namaste, she quills on the sequel. Oh, let's catch the sequel. And I like that. She quills on the sequel. She quills on the sequel. I don't know. What's a quill? A quill is those things that you find in a porcupine, aren't they? They're pretty funky. I find them on the mountain from time to time. And yeah, so without any further ado, let's hear from Dear Cosmic and Dear Indie. Big love, brothers. It's an honor to be here.
Everybody, what's going on? So I'm not totally super familiar with like the ley lines. I'm obviously, as we talk about stuff like the Nazca lines and stuff like that. So I feel like I'll be probably doing a lot of learning today and not so much like putting in as much input. So we'll see what happens today. Indy, what's up, man?
Sorry, I was muted. Hey, what's up, guys? Glad to be here today. Should be a fascinating talk about some geomancy and ley lines. I've done some interviews with some people from Ireland that are connected to the dowsing. I would guess like you could say the dowsing community, and fascinated by that kind of stuff. And we can talk a little bit about that. The power of being able to have that subtle energy and like use a stick or a wire to be able to like find water and like understand where energy comes in the land. And also the integration of the cycles of the moon and the times at which the waters come from the earth, for planting and harvesting, and for just to understand how the land and the moon interflux with each other. There's a lot going on there. So it should be a fascinating talk today about all this. And of course, as Franklin mentioned, I'm very fascinated with anthropology and got my fingers in a lot of stuff. So we can kind of go into some of the occult things, I'm sure, at some point, and maybe talk a little bit about some deeper and darker things as well. But let's kick it off.
Yeah, I like that you throw us into the deep end. They talk about dowsing the flames with water. And every once and again, if you listen really deeply, you can hear how the Tao sings. The Tao, it's always singing between the yang and the yin, a little bit of bang and yin. So, not always listening to the songs of the jinn, but somehow there's always a place to begin. I don't know, I've got the rhymes flowing through me today, feeling quite rhymey, quite chimey, quite a little bit cheeky. So, yeah, I think that's a great place to start the dowsing. And I think douse is what you do with water. So we've retained this. Sorry, I got to keep this mint out of my tongue. We've retained a certain degree of language coherency. And I'm not trying to rhyme, I promise you, it just happens every time. And so this whole watery phenomenon, I think, is something to be considered here, as Indy so wisely and sagely pointed out, when we're looking at the flowing of the inner rivers, though we also call them the dragon lines. And I think this is a really good place to start. Like the dragon lines in the earth are reflected with dragon lines within us. The element of water is how this seems to work. And we know about the diamagnetic effects, dielectric effects of water, which is quite interesting to consider. Water is the only thing that escapes the gravitational field of a black hole. Isn't that interesting? It actually moves away from a black hole epicenter when all other mass is moving in, due to these fascinating reactions of water. And we see it with evaporation, you know. So I think that the element of water is really this fundamental melting pot. You see, melting pot, you melt the ice and put it in the water, becomes water, it goes into the pot. And so it's probably a great way to start. Do you guys have any ball kick notions? You want to kick the ball in any particular direction?
Yeah, I'm still working on trying to get my computer to connect, so bear with me if the quality isn't that good, and let me know if my sound is okay. All right. So the water thing, when it comes to the dowsing community, they have like an understanding of more subtle energies than are kind of accepted in academia. And sorry about this loud truck out here. Well, they believe that the water emerges from the earth a week after the full moon during the last quarter phase. And this connects the movements of the underground water to the lunar cycle. And they believe that the moon's gravity affects subterranean water, similar to how it causes ocean tides. And the last quarter moon, which occurs a week after the full moon, is seen to be a time when the releasing of energy happens, which some connect to water moving closer to the surface. So that kind of time is like a good time to, use that energy for sacred practices of going to like a sacred site where there's like a ley line and there's powerful energy there, and in those places, there may be altars there, but it's not necessarily a good place for you to like be residing in at all times, because the energy is so strong there. It'll have a better effect if you just visit those places than if you were to like set up your encampment there or something, really. So those places were usually venerated as places that, you know, anybody could go and be able to access that energy during the right times. So in that way, it's also a place where you don't really want to try to live there, because you want to be able to allow that for the community to use. So that's just a little bit about that, and it's really fascinating.
Is it just
how
me, or
not-
is there some issue with the audio? Is that because I touched the plugs?
It might be you. It sounds good on my end right now from your side.
Can you hear Cosmic?
Yeah, I can hear. It's just very loud and distorted on your end, Franklin.
Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so you can hear me, but I can't hear you. Okay, I get it. I had this problem a minute ago, and I touched a cable, and I think I was really clever in the touching of that cable because I had a great reaction. So I'm going to pop out, I'm going to pop in again, and that should sort me out. Give me just a minute. So there we go. So is there some kind of an issue going on here? Are you people in the chat hearing me? Or is StreamYard bumming us all out?
I can hear you just fine. Maybe it's
Yeah,
some
you
other
sound good
problem.
over here.
There we go. No, now I can hear you. I had to
All
go
right.
out and go in because I touched the cable, and it's this is a MIDI. These MIDI things are really sensitive because they're running through the USB. If you touch anything, then the system disconnects your sound on StreamYard for some reason. Okay, so I didn't hear the last part of what you were saying, dear Indy, but I'll just flow on from what I did hear you saying. You know, these places where you should be or should not be was what I was getting from you. Yeah. Namaste, the star. Are you rocking? Are you up in the sky? Are you shining? Out tuition? Are you outsmarting yourself? I hope you are. Big love, big blessings to everybody in the crowd. I hope you guys are all thinking out loud, feeling rather true and proud. I don't know why I'm speaking in rhyme. I must have fallen down some kind of a chimney chime or something. But yeah, I think like these places are really interesting points because very often it seems like significant things happen in significant places, isn't it? And sometimes those significant things that happen are not always positive, significant things. Sometimes the significant things are not so positive. And for example, you know, just to jump ship for a moment, those that hijacked the Masons, and I believe they're part of a fraternity connected to the Zionists. The Zionists are what we know of them. which are like a smaller group within the Masons that control obviously the governments and the finances and corporations. I mean, we know the story, right? They're out there, they're everywhere, and there's only a few of them. We call them the 1%. I think those people understand exactly what you're talking about with those ley line points and charging those points with particular energy. For example, signing a contract or a declaration of war where they know there's going to be a great loss of life at a particular point on a particular ley line, aligning their inner ley lines, their energy with the energy of the earth, and their energy being representative of our energy because they are the proverbial officials that govern our society. They know exactly what they're doing when they do this. There's obviously no mistake or no accident behind this process. So we see this happening. What am I looking at, Indy? Oh, that's your hand. Okay, cool. I was like, wow, what was it? Are you flashing something naughty at the screen? Okay, so there we go. Indy's back.
All right.
He's back in a new way. The new Indy 2.0. So yeah, I don't know if you were hearing what I was saying, Indy, but like these organizers of our society that use these ley line points, and they specifically charge negative intention and energy into these ley line points in order to gain a foothold of added power and control over us due to our fear, because they are working on our fear vibrational frequency, which is why we see all the programming we had as kids was like, when it wasn't a nuclear bomb or a this or a that or a war, there was always, let's go back to 2020, talk about programming with fear. I mean, these guys are good at it. They've done it before. So I think that what you're saying is really interesting about some places being charged with negativity or positivity. And here's the key. Like, what are they charging these ley line points with? I think this is where we get back to our inner points. What are your thoughts? Like, what is the substance?
I feel like they say that the veils are thinner on these points of geomantic worship, where they have like altars and temples, and so when you do magic in these places, it's more powerful, whether that's like white magic or black magic or what have you, or gray magic even. So when people have experiences there, they have more profound experiences. And so you might be able to talk to the ancestors there. You might be able to have out-of-body experiences there. Some things of those nature. So, that kind of also explains why that's not really a place where you always want to be at for a long exposed period of time, because you might end up having too many imaginary friends or something, to that nature. But you might also, be able to, if you spend a lot of time in prayer, in ceremony, in ritual in those places, you can become very well practiced in your craft. So you could be using that to help others or other sinister things, depending on the individual.
I think when it comes to charging energy in terms of like ley lines and things of that nature, in terms of a city or a town or whatever, I think it's just simply the kinetic energy of people walking on these lines, these roads, these sidewalks, and sort of projecting their consciousness on it. It's almost like these ley lines are like blood vessels, and we're the blood that's flowing through it, right? And so I think, Franklin, you must have made this observation at some point. Like, there's a very big difference between when you're in nature, when you're walking on a paved trail versus walking off trail. You can't tell me that there isn't a different type of energetic flow that you feel within their own space. Because when you're on the trail, people are kind of reifying that trail with their sort of human consciousness. But when you're off the trail, there's no sort of human eyes projecting their thoughts and feelings into that space, and it becomes kind of a more pure space. So I think when it comes to ley lines, just to that simple aspect of what energy do you charge it with? It's just kind of like human energies, walking back and forth, driving on it, riding their bicycles on it, and just feeling their heat and their emotions kind of flowing through these. And it's like a circuit. It's like we're like energetic currents in a circuit or whatever. So I think it can be kind of as simple as that.
I think that's very true. I think that's very on point. I often have thought of it like this, right? Like the kinetic electrical grid. And you go like, kinetic electrical grid? What is he talking about? I'm talking about the static grid. I'm not talking about the electricity we get out of our homes from the cables. I'm talking about this kinetic potential of rubber rubbing against tar, generating a static field, right? Because if you rub rubber against tar, you create a static field. So there's something to think about there. Something very interesting, because tar is essentially an organic compound. And so this rubber has this interesting, we're driving rubber on this tar. It creates this sort of field grid matrix on the actual roads, which is quite interesting. Sort of puts us within a grid. Though I also look at it from this perspective, like what are we actually putting in? We're putting in our juice, like you say, Cosmic. I totally agree. And I think you're completely on point. When you go, I always love bunda bashing. My boy loves bunda bashing. And I must just check if anybody else has arrived here. Okay, just checking. So I saw like a little flash on the screen. Never quite know what that means. The idea that we are carrying consciousness, and so this takes us deep into the notions of this anthropomorphic reality that we live in, where much of our nature around us is projected through our consciousness, in as much as like the subatomic realities respond to consciousness or to the affectations of consciousness. This is why scientists and physicists will speak about how the quantum field reacts differently when it's observed, right? We've heard this said. And this is an observable effect which can be witnessed by, groups of people, witnesses, as it's quite interesting. It will react one way until you start specifically observing that thing, and then something changes just through the act of observation. And so that sort of gives us the impression that much of what we're experiencing in this physical reality seems to be triggered through the conscious experience of information moving through our mental field. And this consciousness thus becomes the vehicle of change that we experience as a continuity of change in the world. So these ley lines in the earth are being charged with our consciousness, and these people that represent us politically, legislatively, represent us. It's such a swear word to say, because they don't actually represent us, do they? They sort of represent us, but they don't. But they use our juice, our energy, our consciousness to charge up the space, to charge up the field within the earth with a particular intention. And that intention then changes our fields. So they're basically, I am managing the group mind's egregore consciousness, energetic potential, channeling it through a kinetic means into the ley lines of the earth, so it can travel out and then come out of the ley lines of the earth and program the rest of you, right? With these intentions that I've got within my ley line fields and my consciousness fields. I want to welcome somebody who hasn't been on before, but super excited to have her here with us. This is Hollow Bone Hawk. You may know her as Mexico. And she's come to share her expertise with us today. A little bit about Mexico. She is Hollowbone Hawk. She is a kinesiologist. That is her training and her forte. But she's a lot more than a kinesiologist. She's been involved in energy sensitivity and energy work in one way or another since she was a child, being someone that was, embedded within the Steiner education system, and her parents being large proponents of Steiner, of anthroposophy. She sort of grew up into that, and as a child was in a movement where they would do different kinds of therapeutic work, which is energetic. So it's sort of her whole life has been on some level energetic medicine, as well as the experience of being a kinesiologist. And it's an honor to have you here. Welcome, dear Hollowburn Hawk. And give us a few words about yourself. Hello.
Okay, my audio is on now, is that correct? Okay, cool. Hi everybody. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for letting me join you guys. I always love all your shares and all your wisdom and insight. I'll probably be a bit quieter on this one. So yeah, I've been doing energy work, like Franklin said, for a long time, and recently, over the last 3 years, I'm studying kinesiology, but the PKP kinesiology, which makes me a kinesio practitioner, not to be confused with the sort of more medical side. So in this system, we do use muscle testing, and it's used in conjunction with the 5 elements and the meridians in the Chinese medicine system. So I'm in the process of combining my energy work with the kinesiology, which I'm finding fascinating. Is that enough?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a lot.
I've just got off work, so I'm going to catch up a little bit so I can see where you guys are at. I haven't been, so I'll do that.
Don't worry. We haven't said much yet. We're just sort of dribbling in, as always.
Cool.
But I'll just continue with sort of the flow of where we're at. So we're looking at this relationship between the Earth's meridian system and the personal meridian system, and how the personal meridian system is plugged into the Earth's meridian system, and how her Earth meridian system tunes our meridian system, and how these naughty individuals that pick meridian points can charge that with intention. I can see Indy's aching for a tongue wag.
I'm just wondering if she's talking about probably the 5 elements of the Western system, adding ether in there. Or is she talking about traditional Chinese medicine or like Eastern?
It comes from Chinese medicines, I think is what she was saying. That's where the kinesiology that they've got, it's very wired in to the Chinese medicine system, which is really interesting.
Oh, that's fascinating. Integrated. Cool.
But I think that the 5 elements of the Western system, even though it's different, it's somehow similar. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Where they put the earth element in the center, as it were, we put our spirit element in the center. Yeah. But it's looking at it from you're either looking at the stars from the earth, or you're looking at the earth from the stars. But whichever way you do it, you're studying the relationship between the earth and the stars. I hope that's a good metaphor. But that's how I see the difference between the Western 5 elements and the Taoist Chinese 5 elements, which is a really interesting conversation in itself.
Yeah. They both have kind of an opposite center. So that's fascinating. I never considered that. Now, would the earth in the center be like the 6th element? Is that right? The hidden one?
No, that is in the Taoism, they've got the fire and the water.
Yeah.
And they've got the earth between the fire and the water. And then the air element has been split into 2.
No,
wood and metal.
Oh, the
which
air,
dance.
air.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
wood and metal represents air, what we would call in Western occultism air element.
Yeah.
But they have drawn this distinction between that, and you can see that in the Mercury glyph, the representation of the element of air. Like, let's say you look at, let me pull up an image here that might
I guess air and fire are kind of connected to each other.
sorry, what was that, dear brother?
I feel like air and fire have like strong connections. So air could kind of be encompassed within fire somewhat in their system.
Yeah, I mean, fire and air work as a how could you put it? They work as a
a tandem team. Yeah.
Yeah, they work as a team because like air needs to breathe. I mean, fire needs to breathe, and air produces friction. So here we can see the Aleph, right? Now, I don't like the way they've drawn this particular Aleph. I will try and find a better Aleph because I'm a fussy bugger when it comes to Aleph, and I like Aleph to be pretty. Call me fussy, call me whatever you want, but I like a good old-fashioned Aleph. There we go. That's a better Aleph from my perspective. I'm a little bit of an Aleph snob. So this is the first of the Phoenician, Semitic, Paleo-Hebrew that became Hebrew characters that represents the element of air. And you can see here what they're showing us, right? They're showing us that this element of air has literally okay, so HBH2, your mic is not connected, by the way. So you need to leave the studio, maybe close down your tab and open a new tab, and then it'll ask you for permission. Yeah. So we can see here with the Aleph that it's basically showing us that the air is between on the top. Can you see the fire on the top? Like a little flame?
Yeah.
And so let me get my mouse action going on here. So can you see my mouse? I hope you can. Yeah.
Yes.
So here we can see this is like a little lip of flame, right? And here we can see this is like a flowing stream, like a water flowing down, right? So this is a lip of flame reaching up, and this is a water flowing down. And here we can see this is like the sign of the yin yang. Yeah. Like that division between the yang and the yin, which we see as the center of the
connecting middle path.
Yeah, like that shape that we see, which is like an S shape, which represents the toric field, right? The bending and twisting and contortions of the toric field, and the divisions of the centripetal and centrifugal potentials that are being balanced and chugged up by the presence of this polarizing field of the torus. But here we see fire and water. So the element of air represents both a fiery and watery presence. And so in Taoist medicine, they have literally taken that. In Western occultism, we speak of the air as being polar, having two qualities. So they speak of the fire, they speak of the water, and then they speak of the air being between the fire and the water. So one part of the air can relate to the fire, and one part of the air can relate to the water. So the air that relates to the water holds moisture. Yeah. And the air that relates to the fire, heat. So we can thus consider air as being hot and moist. We can consider fire as being hot and dry. We can consider water as being cold and moist. We can consider earth as being dry and moist. So those are like our Western occult distinctions. But air holds that very interesting potential where we've got the heat and the moisture, which are almost antithetical, if that makes sense. because you would imagine that heat destroys moisture, but somehow you've got heat and moisture coexisting together, which is almost a contradiction in terms. So in the Taoist system, they have metal and wood, and so wood represents that ability to bend, right? And metal represents that ability to pierce, because air pierces everywhere. It pierces everything. It goes through every hole. There's nowhere that you keep the air out. But it also bends around everything that it touches at the same time. So there's like this really interesting element. So anyway, without getting too lost in that idea, let me take that one down for a moment. Yeah, so let's see. Did HK get back? Did they get in? Did they get into the house? Did they get into? Okay, no, they were having an issue getting their mic to work. So you were saying, Indy, was there something else you were saying before I get carried?
About they have like certain remedies in traditional Chinese medicine that address certain aspects of the body, and I think there's like 5 aspects that they consider, and there's like dryness and wetness, hotness and coldness, different things like that. I believe there's a few more other aspects, and so I'm wondering if those maybe connect to the elements, potentially those aspects.
Or which qualities do you mean specifically?
Like particularly dryness and wetness and hotness and coldness could refer to like water and fire, respectively.
Well, yeah, from the Western occult egregoric schools, fire is hot and dry.
Yeah.
And water is cold and wet. And there are a polarity.
Right.
And then they say that air is warm and wet. And earth is cool and dry.
Yeah, but they consider like also that people can be cold and wet, or they can be hot and dry, or they can be hot and wet, and they can be cold and dry.
Those are the 4 elements, yeah.
Possibility in the East. So they don't have as many of the limiting associations. They have separated them on scales of polarity. Separate scales.
Well, yes, they have, but they've got a very interesting scale of polarity because they speak of the earth as the mixing bowl in the center. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they speak of fire and water, and then metal and wood. Now, wood is more like fire and metal is more like water. If that sort of makes sense.
Yeah.
So water rusts metal or degrades metals generally, and fire feeds, burns. So the metals act as like and also here's the interesting thing is that water has a diamagnetic effect, as metals often do with magnetism and such things, right? Mm-hmm. And wood and fire are more closely associated because wood is literally the crystallization of the sun, sugars creating wood, if that makes sense. So it is born from the fire of the sun, you could say, wood, where metal is more like distilled from the breaking down of ore and dissolving of the earth, right? And the earth breaking down and dissolving leaves us metals, trace elements of metal in the soil, if that makes sense. And so that's like how we get that metal into our bodies because we need those metals. But that's like a really interesting, conversation, I think, looking at these different elemental attributions. In the Taoist system, it's really interesting because having the center of the elemental notion as earth sort of relates to the Kabbalah in a sense. Beautiful picture, brother.
Yeah, so this picture kind of shows the relationships between various elements. And I was actually curious as to what insults water. Earth destroys water, and fire insults water. Fascinating. And I see where fire can turn water to steam or vapor. And earth will kind of engulf water and create mud. So it's a beautiful system. And I want to try to see if there's a connection with that and the bodily features in traditional Chinese medicine. I believe there is.
So if I can add from the system that I've been studying, is that good? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So working with the 5 elements, fire, earth, metal, water, and wood, there's 2 different ways that cycle works. One is in a nourishing cycle, which I don't know if that diagram I can't see so well because it's small on my phone. It fires at the top, and then the yellow is possibly earth. Then metal would be the yellow. Okay, you're changing it, but it's fine. So if I go from the top around clockwise, you'd have fire, earth, metal, water, and wood. And your nourishing cycle would go: fire would nourish earth, earth would nourish metal, metal would nourish water, water would nourish wood, and then wood would nourish fire. So that's your Shen cycle, which is your nourishing cycle. So we like to think of it as the mother nourishing the child. And then we also have another cycle which creates a 5-pointed star. So if you start at the fire, you would, and this is a control cycle. You would get fire would control metal, metal would control wood, wood would control earth, and earth control water, and then water controlling fire. So this is the co-cycle, which, like I said, is the control cycle, and that's a grandmother-granddaughter relationship in the particular system that I've studied. So that's just another way of looking at it.
Yeah, that's beautifully said. And then we can also, look at how that affects our energetic system, like for example, fire in your heart, like the heart's emotion, as that relates to, for example, to the kidneys, right? And fear. And so the joy of fire and the fear of kidneys. And so sadness of the heart and fear of kidneys. You can see how sadness and fear have this sort of relationship. And so it's rather interesting, like when you look at it from that particular perspective, or you look at, for example, the lungs and the liver, right? And then the liver, as it assists with the bile and in the processes of the blood, which is the spleen, and that has to do, what does the spleen do? The spleen helps drive turning chi into physical matter in the body, right? Or into energy. So that spleen then drives that powerful, that powerful presence. So you can see when you look at the pentagram, but then you can also see how the fire and the heart and the spleen, when you're going in the circular mode, like you mentioned, the one is a pentagram mode and the one is a circular mode. So it's interesting when you look at the nourishing factors and the it's almost like they have relationships, isn't it? Like they work together in teams. And so the nourishing cycle is how we strengthen the organs. the understanding how they work in a team means that if you strengthen the lungs, right, that's going to have a knock-on effect on your liver, which is going to have a knock-on effect on your spleen and your kidneys and your heart, which is quite interesting. But if you weaken, say, your spleen, then that is going to affect your energy levels in your body. So your lungs, the ability to draw prana or life force, is going to be affected. And that's going to move us into the lungs. And that lungs going to work with the heart, that joy of the heart and the happiness or the grief of the lungs are like a co-conspirators. So if you weaken the heart, you weaken the lungs, if that makes sense. So it's very interesting how everything's so like wired into everything else. And was there something you wanted to say, dear Indy brother?
But I'm gonna look
Were you
at
talking?
more about those.
Ah, there we go. Yeah.
I was muted. Sorry about that. I also wanted to take a look at the different aspects of the body and if those are also associated with the 5 elements as well. So there's a lot of interconnectedness in their system. It's beautiful, multifaceted.
Yeah. And muscle testing. That's like really an interesting. I don't know. Have you guys done much muscle testing? It happens naturally, by the way. Like, just imagine a situation where you've been really afraid. What do you notice? Like, you'll notice your anus, right? It does things. Or if you're anxious, you might notice a knot in your stomach, muscles contracting. Or if you're feeling hyper emotional, but you're not expressing them, you're not feeling the emotions, but you're experiencing the emotions, you get a knot in your throat. Yeah. Which is like literally muscular contraction. So that is like what I would call innate muscle reactions. But yeah, you do a lot of muscle testing, and it's quite a diverse thing, isn't it? Hollow bones, like you can use it for a lot of things.
Yeah, we do use muscle testing in the kinesiology. There was an interesting test done. In fact, I must actually try and find the link at some point. They had 2 petri dishes, one with cells in and one with a chemical, and the cells naturally moved away from the chemical. And then they had the same experiment of something that was like beneficial to the cells, and the cells actually moved towards it. So innately, our bodies kind of know what's good for us and what's not good for us. What's healthy and healing for us and what's destructive for us. We do know it. And I think that our intuition, if we can foster a good relationship and a trust with our intuition, it's very much the same as muscle testing. But a lot of people are not focused on that or don't get brought up in that way. And there's obviously a lot of programming as well. So and we doubt ourselves, and we have all this unconscious programming as well. So the muscle testing is a kind of really nice way of visually seeing what's actually going on internally. So and I mean, you can extend that to a pendulum or dowsing rods. It's similar. But with the body itself, it's quite nice to see what muscles are working and what muscles aren't working in relation to the meridians, because then you can really also get a grip on the sort of psychological and emotional side and not just the physical side. So that's the kind of idea with the kinesiology, is that, you have a sore knee, we can muscle test that and we can fix the knee, but we also need to muscle test for the emotional side and be aware of the emotional blocks or challenges that we had, and work through those as well, so that when we fix the knee, we're also working on another level, so that otherwise the injury will just keep coming back. But once you've made the association in your mind, the connection, you've had that aha, oh, I've been doing this like this for so long. When you have that emotional and mental breakthrough, then the physical work that you're doing lasts longer. You know, the physical healing that you do lasts. Yeah, so that's why I'm finding the kinesiology really fascinating. The muscle testing tying in with the emotional and the mental work as well, not just the physical.
That's
It's
powerful.
interesting. Oh, go ahead, brother.
And like also knowing that these emotions are stored in various organs and how we can access them through pressure points could be a fascinating work as well. Although, you know, there's other ways of accessing the emotional aspects, like the work I do, shadow work, that we've spoken about before, where we have these suppressed emotions that need to be kind of uncaged. And you kind of go through a process of kind of tracing back your triggers to like the original trauma or situation and programming in which you started to hold things back and stuff your emotions. And if you can really get there and start to be able to free yourself from those triggers and that emotional reactivity, things can really change, and it can really shift your consciousness and your awareness in relation to others as well.
No, I absolutely agree with you, Indy. So the muscle testing would just be a tool to access where the issues are. And then you would definitely, I mean, and you can even muscle test to see which modality would work best for dealing with particular emotional trauma or suppressed issues. But shadow work is definitely, the kinesiology itself is not doing the work. It's just helping you to pinpoint where the issues are. But then the person still needs to do the work. Otherwise, you know, then you've got to want to improve yourself and work through your stuff. Otherwise, kinesiology is useless, you know.
That's interesting. I can imagine where like a lot of different energies could be stored like in different parts of the back that kind of are evident of certain things. But I have these things called like a Roby body chart and various diagrams that show the emotional component of an injury in various parts of the body. So I wonder if you also like use your work uses a chart like that, referring to different aspects associated with different like joints of the body. Or
Yeah.
if y'all
So,
like with
sorry.
is
No,
that my
we
referred more to joints, but I don't know if y'all have like different diagrams about muscles.
So we do have various charts, and they're mostly linked to the meridian system and muscles as well. But with muscle testing, you could literally use any single chart or database that you can possibly imagine or think of or that's ever existed. And you could muscle test your way into finding which area you need to go into. So it's very, very versatile.
Where does anger usually show up in muscle testing, for example? Would you know offhand?
So, well, I'm not offhand, but I can tell you from personal experience, anger's in the liver.
Yeah.
And the thing that I really love about the muscle testing is that, like, you could be angry today and I could be angry a week ago. They're not the same thing. They're not related to the same thing. So with the muscle testing, you can fine tune. Okay, liver related, and then you'll see, oh, these are the particular types of illnesses that come up or issues that come up. But you can look at the whole constellation chart of the person. You'll see amazing pinpoint ideas in there. You can look at the body of the person, the face, and the muscle testing is just to fine tune. I mean, I'm sure a really intuitive practitioner wouldn't need muscle testing at all.
Yeah, that's so fascinating. Yeah, I know there's various ways to like pinpoint where and what emotions are being stored. And I think also I've had like ceremonies where I had a Kambo ceremony where they use the rainforest frog secretions, and they kind of make a burn mark on you, and they put the secretion onto the burn, and you're able to purge out like a lot of bad energy and metals and stuff. And I was like purging a lot of white foam, which they said like refers to like the anger that I have to work on and stuff. So there's obviously various modalities that can kind of help us figure out what kind of path we're on and what direction we're going, what we need to work on. So it's really fascinating to hear about the muscle testing and how that can help us. That's really fascinating. I'd love to get involved with that a little bit. I have an
Yeah.
experience.
I was thinking about that before the talk. I was like, well, it always bothered me growing up. Like someone would say, oh, I found, you've got this problem with your gut. This is definitely the medicine you've got to use. It fixed me in 2 days. And the person then tries it and it doesn't do anything, so it's like we are constantly evolving in ourselves, and we're also different, even though we're connected, which is another part of kinesiology that's also amazing, that you want to fine tune what is it that person needs now? What is it that you needed at that time when you were feeling that anger? It'll be different from the next Joe. So yeah.
Yeah, it's fascinating how a lot of symptoms are addressed wrong nowadays from medicine, but people really have a deeper understanding in spiritual practices that the roots of things may be different, even though their expression might be similar. So
yeah.
it's good to have a more dynamic approach, I think.
And when the body is physically showing up with it's like that red light, like it's almost like we've waited too long. The issues always starts at a deeper level, and when it becomes a physical issue, it's like the body's going, listen, you haven't been paying attention. You've been doing this for too long. I need to physically get you to stop doing what you're doing. So then we end up with, physical injuries and aches and pains and stomach issues. And
yeah, I always felt that, it's the emotional body that's kind of crying out when we get these injuries or conditions that's trying to get our attention. You have something to work on here. I'm going to give you some time away from your usual routine to sit and play.
Yeah.
Work on this, but not everybody gets the point. But if we can see these diagrams as like kind of a referential kind of indicator, we can kind of see like, oh, like I hurt my like ankle, like what is my emotional body trying to tell me right now? And you chart and say, does that like resonate with me? Maybe that's something that I might be in denial of,
Yeah. Well, a lot of people also create illnesses because it unconsciously benefits them. So someone who gets a lot of migraines, what do they want to do? They want to go be in they can only but be in a dark space and be left alone. It's because they actually need that. They actually want it. So they almost subconsciously create these illnesses. Well, if you can call a migraine an illness, but these maladies, So sometimes there's a benefit for the person to have this malady. And that's where the subconscious also often takes over. Trying to lose weight, but do I really want to?
Yeah, a friend of mine has like trigeminal neuralgia or whatever, and those headaches are excruciating. I had an excruciating migraine one time. I recently heard that if you drink salt water, that it'll heal your headache within like 2 minutes.
Okay.
It's caused by either too much or too little fluid in the brain, and the water will help replenish it, or balance it out immediately, supposedly. But I've also heard people that say that parasites can cause headaches.
I've always had a very easy and fast cure for a headache. You just feel your blood. You just feel your blood. Where's your blood? And start moving your blood. Will your blood to move. And you'll feel like your throat thickening out. And you'll feel the blood rushing down. You'll feel your feet starting to get tingly. As you know. basically it's circulation problems, and it's muscles. I think it's muscle contractions creating stress points where the circulation can't flow, and so the blood backs up in the head, and the head gets swollen, full of blood in certain places, and that swelling produces toxification because the endocrine system can't work properly now, right? Where the endocrine system is supposed to be cleaning, and so it's like the cleaners get the day off, right? The building's overfilled with too many people, and they're all in one room, and there's not enough AC unit to keep them all happy. So everybody's hot and bothered, stuck in one room that hasn't been cleaned, without an AC system, breathing the same old air. And this is why headaches can often affect your stomach and your digestion. And if your headache becomes chronic enough, it can make you nauseous. Yeah. Because of this effect. So it's like really interesting. Like headaches are really good, a good thing to focus on taking control of your body. But like what you guys are talking about here is so beautiful. And I think like we forget how the body is an expression of the consciousness field. It's something that I always consider, and how what we consider to be unconscious are just streams of consciousness that we have yet to discover, yet to become aware of. And that these streams of consciousness are producing emotional states. And from these emotional states, there are vital essences flowing. And these vital essences that flow from these emotional states produce particular geometric, energetic, structural forms, which then cause molecules to conglomerate in particular patterns to form tissues and organs. And so those particular tissues and organs are in resonance with a particular frequency of shape and sound, cymatic vibrational field, which is an expression once again of an emotional state, which is once again the embodiment of different streams of consciousness as we're experiencing them. And so we forget this. And so like this is why I love it, like the whole idea of, you know, kinesiology being a very easy and accessible way for people to learn to interact with their unconscious. It's like tarot, right? Tarot is like really similar. You could do a tarot reading and get your health from your tarot reading by interfacing with your unconscious, because it's also kinesiological. Your hands, your unconscious are moving the same way that these muscle contractions will tell us things that we aren't consciously aware of about our unconscious, which is like we're really talking about our unconscious. Like you were saying, Hollow Bones, it has less to do with the body and more to do with the soul, with the emotional body. And so that shadow work becomes like probably the most important thing. This is like the 2 lectures that I've given and taught like in the last 2 years. One has been meditation and one has been shadow work. Because I think like those 2 things can have like profound and powerful effects on psychological, spiritual, and physical health all in one breath. Because we don't realize and become aware of how much of what we're experiencing on the physical plane is actually starting on the inner planes of the unconscious, what we call the unconscious. And I think like this is an interesting distinction, like this notion in the way that Jung, whose work I think was really great, has given us a lot of insight into how the unconscious works, but perceiving it from a clinical perspective, he almost makes it out to be something else instead of just, it is the conscious. It's just we haven't discovered that it's the conscious yet. And so like the term unconscious is almost a bad term, because it almost makes it not exist, but it very much exists. It's very much, you know, the fundamental reality of our being. Oh, what we got here, dear Indy?
Oh, I've used some of these charts and compiled them all together to get as much information as I can and created my own chart. I don't really have access to the chart I made here just yet, but it's an example of of some of the ways you can interpret, like, for example, like an injury in a certain area or a condition that affects a certain area, from the crying out of the emotional body that's trying to act for a change or consideration of an emotion. But you have, like, for example, the neck being like flexibility, and the arms being holding life's experiences, whereas the shoulder says life is a burden, for example. So they use kind of like syncretism and like word expressions that connect to these experiences of like different body parts, and how they connect to our emotional body. So if you feel like life is a burden and difficult, maybe, you know, you have like a shoulder injury, and you could think to yourself, like, I need to like start to reconsider how I feel about life, and maybe gain some more gratitude, step back a little bit. And everybody knows that person that likes to mope and vent a lot. So, you know, maybe they could end up eventually having some kind of a shoulder issue, for example, and then learning that like they could switch their attitude a little bit, and it could really help their injury go away. Because if the emotional body is making the body have harm physically, it's kind of helping guide you away from emotion that is burdening you. And we might be addicted to those emotions, like to venting to people or to having angry outbursts or something. And it may feel good because it's pent up, but we may not be, you know, expressing it in the right time and place or in the right ways. And so it might be not necessarily that we need to step away from the attitude, but maybe that we need to find a ways to use catharsis in the aspect in which we're using that anger that we have and harbor in constructive means to maybe exercise, instead of to yell at our friends or whatever, or yell about our friends to another friend or something like that. You know what I mean? So there's different ways you can gain a lot of insight through these charts, and this one has a lot on it. Kind of shows various things. It also illuminates the various organs, suggesting that the spleen is associated with obsession, the heart, the ability to receive or give loving intimacy may be inhibited, and so that would potentially create a heart problem. And so, you know, the heart, that you kind of all really is very intuitive and makes a lot of sense. You know, if you're kind of self-isolating, you maybe you have like a broken heart, you know, and it's hard to get over that. So, but if you sit on that a long time, maybe this wisdom could come to help illuminate to you that this is what that's all about. You need to go back and forgive yourself and allow yourself to move on and forgive that other person, and allow that to be something that has closure and being able to move on in life, you know? So, you know, there's a lot of this stuff that we never really get the chance to step back and look at, because the doctors don't really have access to this kind of wisdom. And sometimes if we can get access to like a kinesiology practitioner, you know, or somebody, we can start to learn about these things and work on ourselves in more ways than just physical ways, you know.
I think that's
I
really
agree.
beautiful. Please, Hollowbone Hawks, fire
Oh,
away.
sorry, no, I was just thinking, Louise Hay did quite a lot of work on that. And even just play on words like, you know, oh, my hand's sore, your hand's full, or oh, my shoulders are sore. Are you carrying the world on your shoulders? You know, we've got all these little sayings. So the body is actually a lovely indicator as to what's really going on. And also that internal narrative, in the kinesiology practice, we also use a lot of internal narrative, because you can really undo a lot of the subconscious programming by consciously reprogramming your internal narrative. So yeah, no, I agree with you, indeed.
Yeah, that's like really, really beautiful and interesting, you know. Like you're looking at the Roby chart here, and I'm looking at it, and it's like it's flashing through my consciousness, like lots of different ideas. And I'll try and get two energetic images here. And to just to give you an idea of Western occultism, how we represent these different notions in the way that it relates to us on a physical level, and it might be useful, I think, because I do think it's rather fascinating. So without further ado, let me jump right into the space with view tab in StreamYard.com. Okay, so if you look at this image, now this image is a really interesting one. I'll try and get my mouse to hover over it.
Fascinating.
So here we can see Aries rules the head, and Taurus rules the throat, right?
Yes.
Gemini rules the shoulders and the arms. Cancer rules the breasts, the stomach, right? Leo rules the heart, the spine. Virgo rules the intestines, the digestive functions for like breaking down food, information, knowledge. Libra, the kidneys. Interesting that, yeah. We were talking about the kidneys earlier. And so we're talking about fear, Libra, life. You're either experiencing life or fear. Fear just detracts from life. Scorpio, the genitalia, like most of humans' favorite bits. Sagittarius is the thighs, the hips. Capricornus, the knees into the shins. The calves are Aquarius and the Achilles area, and then the feet are Pisces. So we can look at this. This is another form of understanding how these things sort of come together. So we look at the sex organs. Scorpio is the feminine side of Mars. Mars is all about desire and energy and passion and movement and making things happen, moving energy. Then we look at the other side of Mars, which is Aries, which is the head. The head is the first thing that starts. Before you can do anything, your head's got to move in that direction. Your head's got to turn to look somewhere before you can walk there. So that front of the head and the front of the face is like that primary moving function within us. Like you wouldn't start walking left until you've looked left, because you're probably going to walk into something or fall over something. And that's sort of like, that's, head first concept of Aries. Taurus, being the throat, is really interesting, because the throat is where we've got our more sensitive organs in our throat, which is basically managing all the other organs. And we're talking endocrine system here, right? So the region of the throat, you've got the thyroid and the parathyroid, and these two act as managing all the other hormonal systems of the whole body. So they're like really fundamentally important. And Gemini, the shoulders and the arms, represent what we can achieve in terms of movement. Those are probably the most mobile parts of our bodies, if we think about it. Mercury is that like very powerful mobile part of our body, and hence it's the way that we interact, right? It's the most powerful communicative part of our bodies too. Our hands, our arms, the gestures. You can tell so much about what somebody's thinking by looking at their hands and their arms. And Cancer obviously is the breasts and the stomach. It's that potential that can bring life into being, that the moon represents. And so the fluids of the stomach and of the breasts is where the life is brought into the body or into the body of a child. Leo, being the heart and the spine, represents being the pivot of the life force, of the prana. And the sun is where the life force comes from. So the Leo, being the heart and the spine, represents the way in which that energy is directed. In martial arts, you really focus a lot on your spine, because your spine is like a chain, and any technique that you use has got to flow through the chain of your spine. It's an interesting concept, how important that is for any execution of any technique. Like a technique will start in your foot, but it will flow through your body like a wave till it reaches your hand where you strike, for example. So it's that key point of moving the energy to become a manifestation. And the heart is obviously moving all of the metals and the matrices around in the body. So it's got that powerful regulatory effect. Virgo, obviously, as we pointed out, has got to do with information, intestines. The word test is literally in the center of the word intestines. That's not by coincidence, because Virgos and tests, they love their tests. They love, anything that has to do with studying. When you're in school and like the teacher says there's a test, you see the Virgo kids smiling because they got this and they know they got this. You see so that's like part of that whole information knowledge trip. Libra relating to the kidneys, which is really quite interesting. That fear that we carry in our kidneys, which is what works with fight or flight, which is quite interesting. And so that's relating to the adrenals. So Libra has that interesting perspective of being right out the furthest from Aries. It's like the pivot around which Aries must move, if you want to consider it as the chart of the zodiac. You've got the spring solstice, right? And then you've got the Libra. And so the Libra comes, like you got April, May, June, July, August, September, right? 6 months away, the middle of the cycle, you find Libra, furthest point away from Aries. But you can see how Libra and Aries have got this important function to fulfill together, as Aries is that action. And most action relates to fear. We might not realize it, but most action that we do, unconscious fear, like we live with the fear of not being alive every moment of our lives, and we're not consciously aware of it. It's an incredible thing to consider. And so everything that we do relates to building a secure environment, which is really coming back to the fear of not being alive. We need the security of an environment. We need the security of resources. We need the security of safe people around us. That feeling of safety is really what creates a fundamental purpose and place where relationships can happen. So that brings us back to Libra ruling relationships, right? See, fear breaks relationships. Security and safety makes us forge relationships. Hence, Libra rules over relationships in the astrological chart. So we can see there's a succinct thing here, and it doesn't actually deny any of the Taoist Chinese medicine. We like to think of the Western astrological system and the Western notions as being separate, but they're not. They're all the same thing if you know how to look at it. We already discussed Aries. Mars's feminine side is relating to the desire, sexual fantasies, that ability to move within ourselves. We can move our body physically, Aries, with our head turning, but we can move our energies through our kundalini, through our sexual organs. Sagittarius, Saggi, this is quite interesting. The fact that Sagittarius rules over the hips and the thighs, right? Sagittarius wants to be hip. What does it mean to be hip? What does it mean to sort of, move your thighs? It's like you just want to dance. Hence, we look at the Sagittarius animal, and it's that animal with the funny haunches, right? The funny looking one. Is it a horse? Is it a man? So that's the sage. The wisdom is to be able to stand on our 2 feet, and to be able to understand. You see, it's in the language. And so that understanding of Jupiter is really what we're talking about here, the understanding and the wisdom that comes from the exercising of the understanding in the physical experience. Then Capricorn being the knees, that I think is a no-brainer, right? Because our knees are the parts of our body that are probably very vulnerable, right? In martial arts, it's like the knee is the most vulnerable part of the body to strike for. So, and the knees are also the most important and often parts of the bodies that can easily become harmed. So Capricorn is all about being careful and being solid, and step by step, achieving one step after another step after another step. Aquarius being in the calves, and the calves, you notice the word calves, baby cows, baby bulls, not by incident, not coincidence. And the ankles, which are the angles, which are the angels, right? And the way that Aquarius rules over this is also a very, very weak point. And both Aquarius and Capricorn are ruled by Saturn. And so you can see here that this diagram is intelligently put together, because they have got the red for Scorpio to show Aries. They've got the green for Saturn to show Aquarius. They've got the Pisces, which I would have put into a magenta spectrum. But anyway, it's just beautiful the way they've sort of put this image together. And I think that it mirrors something else, which we can look at too, which is in itself quite an interesting concept. So here we've got the Kabbalistic tree of life. Once again, it's very similar but very different. We've got the right side of the brain, the left side of the brain. We've got the crown, which represents the place where the pineal and pituitaries are. Then we've got the right plexi, the right armpit. We've got the left armpit, these 2 plexi, which are nerve plexi. Then we've got the solar plexus, which is a plexi of nerve points. And then we've got the right hip and the left hip, which are 2 nerve plexi once again. And then we've got the nerve plexi of the genitalia and the nerve plexi between the knees and the feet. Between the knees and the feet, those nerve plexi basically stretch throughout the whole body. And so stretching out between the whole body, we get back to the same point here. You see, the unconscious is Pisces. Pisces rules the unconscious. So the fastest way to reprogram the body is through the unconscious, is through the feet. So all the nerves in the feet can reprogram the brain and all of the organs, because they're all wired from the brain through the organs to the feet and back through the brain, back through the organs to the brain. So this unconscious energetic resonance of the Pisces, what represents Pisces, that which is the unconscious essentially, is thus able to move the energy between the meridians of the Capricorn, the knees, which is the other very important nerve plexi, because all of these nerves are bunched here into like centralized little nodes, if you will, in order for the feet to be able to process the energy of the feet, because there's so much sensitivity in the feet. The load gets moved and shared here. That's why if you put your fingers behind your knees, it's a very sensitive point. It's one of the more sensitive points in the body to press, actually. Like martial arts, once again, and one of the most vulnerable points in the body. So it's interesting how you look at that, and so you see this Kabbalistic tree of life here representing very similar ideas, right? So they would say that your left hip and your right hip would represent emotion on one level, and your right hip would represent the logos, logical thinking apparatus, your solar plexus, which is wired into the heart, which represents your imagination, and you know your right plexus is got to do with discipline, because your right hand is what you would use mostly to do things that are important. And then your left arm, as a man, you would put your left arm around your child or your wife in order to keep them safe. So it's a very protective energy in the body. So it relates to kindness and love, Chesed, Jadula. And so you can see, the left side of the brain and the right side of the brain, respectively. The left side of the brain relates to wisdom, relates to that the action of the mind that produces wisdom, and the right side of the brain represents understanding, and so that's an intuition of just of grasping the wisdom and putting it into context. And the crown represents the highest potential ideals. So without me going on and on for too long, you can see how these systems are not that far apart from the Taoist systems. Indie Sage, I don't know, what do you think? What do you think, Hollow Bones? There's your image back.
Yeah, I feel like they're all integrated. The various aspects that are associated with each of the horoscopes, then also being associated with these things just brings more insight. We all have stronger horoscope signs in our sun, moon, and rising, but it's not to say that we don't have other aspects of them in our other houses. So it's good to be able to consider our various aspects of ourselves being associated with those horoscopes and their fine tunings. Like the idiosyncrasies of a particular horoscope might be something that we might even be able to work on in ourselves, even though it's not our own in our primary three. So I think that can also just add more insight to trying to illuminate what's going on in the body and how it's connected to the emotional body.
Totally. And it's like interesting, like and Hollow Bone Hawk, I hope you're with us. Well, if you aren't, then you aren't. That's fine. Maybe you're busy doing things. It's that
No,
time
I'm
of
still
day.
here. I'm still here.
Lovely. I was going to say, like, your muscle testing, like, it's not just for diagnosing the body, though, isn't it? I mean, you could muscle test. You could walk out into the wilderness and get lost and muscle test to find water, couldn't you?
Hypothetically, you could, yes, absolutely. Just like if you could use your intuition for something, you could definitely use muscle testing. We just always double check if you're working with a client, we just double check that there isn't any sabotage program running. Like maybe you don't actually subconsciously want to find water because you have some weird death wish, So, yeah, but you can.
Interesting.
Yeah, because like I see like that's such an accessible way for people because it's so kinetic and it's so engaging. Like you could muscle test the people in your life, right? Like John, George, and Mary. What is the lesson that I've got for having this person in my life? So you could use it for spiritual matters, couldn't you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think, well, the muscle testing for water, I think you could just use a dowsing rod. But it would be the extension of muscle testing and the extension of your internal intuition. And then, dealing with family comes up a lot. Because we're also interconnected. Yeah. Definitely. Relationships play a big part in our lives, in our internal narrative and structure. especially family, heritage, ancestors. They can have a huge effect on the dynamics of our health.
Yeah, I think Vincent, namaste. I didn't see you there, dear brother. I hope you're good. Bernadine, Vincent, you guys are rocking up the zone. Lovely to have you here as always. Rob's a Capricorn. Eho, settling on your knees. Yeah, Capricorns, they don't take life too easily, do they? They're like a goat. They just want to push on through, break on through to the other side. And they're pretty intense, like as an energy, like achieve. Got to do the work. Very work oriented. But yeah, I do think like what you say is like really interesting, because this idea of in this yuga we're in, we're supposed to be more disconnected from our spiritual body than ever before. And so using these physical techniques seems to me to make a lot of sense. It's like, let's look at Tai Chi or Falun Gong or some other kind of a dance, right? System where you are using the body to communicate emotions. I suppose like dance is kinesiology in movement, in practice. So like when you look at the core roots of shamanism, like there's a kinesiological element to it, because that movement of the body tells you so much. It programs your conscious, it programs your unconscious, it deprograms the conscious and the unconscious too. And it programs by deprogramming. So it's like a very interesting kind of a natural, organic way to experience an emotional state in the physical body without overthinking it. And I think like that is a big problem that we all suffer from in this modern age, is overthinking. So the Tarot was a great system and still is a great system, but maybe it's there's a danger of being overthought, that we can get too wrapped up in our mental bodies and forget that the mental body is manifesting through the physical body. And I think that this is what these important Tai Chi, all these disciplines that work with energy, can teach us essentially about our natural state of intuitive awareness, which we have become disconnected with because of the way in which we live, the societal paradigms, the toxicity in our food and our water. And so we live disconnected from our emotional bodies, most of us, most of the time. And so it's almost ironic that we need a tool. I mean, what about children? Here's an interesting question. Don't children automatically do this?
Personally, I think that children do. They self-regulate very well. And animals too. I think, I'm not sure if it's a mix between our culture and our upbringing and just our way of life. I mean, we're so bombarded on so many levels. Even on a sensory level, we're so bombarded all the time. It's hard for us to be in touch, really in touch with what's actually going on. But children aren't, Children don't have that filter. And I think it's quite healthy not to have that filter. Maybe that's why we need therapists and a meditation guru and all of that, because we don't naturally do it in our day-to-day lifestyle.
Yeah, it's so funny when you watch kids and the things that they do. Like they just do random things with their bodies, don't they? Like you see them trying to put their hand somewhere or put their arm somewhere or do something with their leg. and they go into these weird little postures, and they play these, and almost like they play these games with their bodies. And somebody mentioned Namaste, Don Country Balls, Mexico. Don Country Balls, Mexico. Sounds like a country singer, Western, like Salem Country. Makes me want to sing like, that kind of music. Big love, man. But yeah, I do think that that is an interesting point. And animals too. If we watch animals, they do weird stuff. They move in weird ways. They're always sort of, we consider it like animalistic way of being. But I noticed when I was in the jungle, I would walk different. So if I live in the jungle for a long time, I start walking. Well, okay, being barefoot's obviously going to have a big effect. And you have to be barefoot to be safe. Remember that diagram that we were looking at earlier, with the ankles and the knees, Saturn, and having access to the unconscious. You need that unconscious edge to stay alive, because it's a dangerous place in the jungle, and you need your full wits about you. The unconscious wits as well as the conscious wits need to be integrated so that you can stay safe and alive. Because I imagine a lot of people going to the jungles. Well, no, I don't imagine. But I imagine, like, if a lot of people did go into the jungles, a lot of people wouldn't come back. Because they would step on a snake, or they would step on the wrong thing, get stung by a scorpion, end up laying on the floor, sick, ill, not being able to find water or whatever, getting dehydrated and dizzy, confused, venomed up, or, step on the wrong thing and get an infection, and whichever thing. I think there's a million things that can incapacitate us, or even just a run-in with an animal can incapacitate us severely, or just completely mangle us. Like, imagine you rub an elephant up the wrong way, right? That's never going to end well, is it? Never rub an elephant up the wrong way is the moral of the story when you live in the jungle. But I noticed that I moved differently. And like, I noticed that when I moved, I felt like I was moving with a floor. It's a very weird concept. This is going to sound strange. And I would often like position my hands while I walked in a way that I could feel the floor through my hands. And that would give me an edge. Like, I could sense like a perimeter of sensation around me. There's a snake in the tree. There's a leopard over there watching me. There's a thing over there. There's like one of those things. Don't step on that centipede. Do not step on that centipede, dude. You'll be sorry. Your intuition and instincts become so alive. And then when you interact with wildlife, you've got that animalness. And so you speak to the animals with your body. This is what I noticed. Your body language when you see animals. It might sound weird, but you gesture towards animals when you see them with your body. And the animals respond to your gestures in their own gestures, with their heads or with their shoulders. The things with horns often move this part of their body to gesture. Like, different animals have different gesturings, which is quite interesting. The leopards gesture with their heads and their necks very much. Boars like with their heads as well, and snakes, they gesture with their tails. So it's interesting how if you meet a snake and it moves its tail in a certain way, it's actually talking to you. But we don't know this because we're disconnected from our unconscious. And so the more we work with bridging the gap between the unconscious and the conscious, using tarot, kinesiological practices, iridology is another one, right? Face physiognomy, it's a big part of Taoist medicine. They can diagnose you by looking at your face, because the muscles that you pull change the shape of your face.
We can also diagnose by looking at the tongue as well. It connects to all the different organs, just like iridology. And also they can they can feel or listen to the pulse and diagnose a lot of different things from just the pulse.
Yeah, there's the eyes as well. There's iridology, the face, like you said, also the ears, acupuncture on the ears,
Yeah.
reflexology with the hands and the feet. I suppose a certain amount of palmistry as well. And then yes, the pulse testing on the wrist. We do some of that in muscle testing as well to check the different organs.
Yeah, I feel like the symptoms show up in the eyes and like the tongue, and then you can treat by the ears and the hands and the feet. You can treat those.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. But if you're walking barefoot in the jungle, you don't necessarily need someone to do your feet for you.
That's true. All that ionic energy coming in.
Yeah.
Good vibes. And also, when you're in the forest, you're forest bathing, which they call in Japanese Shinrin Roku, where they have phytoncides that come from the tree that are, I think, natural polyphenols that are mood lifting. And so being around the trees is mood lifting because they have those beautiful phytoncides wafting in the air.
There seems to be a symbiotic relationship between humans and trees that we kind of don't do enough of.
No, it's said that in America, like all of the native trees were mostly logged and turned to lumber, and they have all these different trees that they've put in, like weed trees and stuff instead. But it's nice to see the old native trees, like the sassafras trees and the old like huge pines and stuff out in the west. It's good to see all the amazing native trees, their splendor.
Just curious, what is sassafras used for?
Sassafras,
Do you know much about the tree?
Sassafras was used to make canoes by the Native Americans, and so they would plant them down the riversides, and they would burn them out and make them into canoes. But in modern day, sassafras is used to make ecstasy. They boil up the roots, and so a lot of people have been pillaging the sassafras trees and taking them down and destroying a lot of them for that reason.
Okay, because back in the day, I used to work in a health shop, and we used to sell sassafras essential oil. And then they stopped. They said, no, we can't sell it anymore.
They said
I
sassafras.
mean, I don't want to say it was illegal, but they just weren't allowed to sell it.
It's potentially fatal when you take out and extract certain things, like from, I think from like, there's examples with other things, but if you have the tonic, I think if you drink like a sassafras tea, it has the sassafras in it, but it's balanced out by the other things in the sassafras bark.
Okay.
The sassafras bark tea has been used by natives traditionally, but they've extracted sassafras, and people have found that it's like dangerous to the liver and stuff by itself. So, but in that way, they've like barred people from being able to use the benefits of the sassafras tree, and they're trying to shift them into like westernized, petroleum-based pill medicines and weird chemical things in laboratories and stuff, instead of just being able to have sassafras bark tea or something like that.
So we used to have the knowledge about what we can use and how to use it. That was taken away, and now the substance also needs to be taken away because we don't know how to responsibly use it. That's ludicrous.
It's sad. It's pretty sad. But I think it's probably sassafras root tea. I would imagine, but I think it might be bark. I'm not really sure exactly. I'd have to look into it more. But there's a lot of power in the sassafras tree. It's a healing, body, spirit, and soul, kind of emotionally and physically healing kind of tree that kind of like a lot of aspects of the healing condition, and it holds a lot of wisdom and power in it. So they have like really cool,
good strong medicine.
Yeah, they have like really different leaves. There's like mitten shaped leaves, and they come in like all different assortments of different types of leaves. So it's really a fascinating tree. It shows that it has a lot of wisdom, and it's little fascinating leaf structures.
What I quite enjoy though is that even though maybe I personally can't access the plant, I could still go and find a photo of the plant, and I could still have like some kind of unconscious relationship with the plant and get in tune with the energy of that plant. So there are ways around these restrictions.
Yeah, that's, the thing about trees, and I haven't been giving trees my due diligence like I usually do. Thanks for reminding me. I used to hug trees every day, like it's part of my normal daily routine. And the funny thing is, when you hug a tree, it talks to your body. Yeah. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but if you hug a tree and if you feel with your outside of your body senses, like you've got these senses outside your hands that you can feel. Like if you do this, you can feel it, right? If you play with it, you can feel there's this like presence between your hands, and you can sort of pull it and shape it. It's like gooey stuff. You can move it around. If you hug a tree and you feel that life goo stuff, and you allow that sense to go into the tree, and you start feeling the tree inside the tree, not the physical, but the fluid, the life force flowing through the tree. It's like a very interesting sensation because it's different to ours. Like it's very different. It's almost opposite. And for me personally, I'd love to check you guys. Have you guys noticed this? And if you haven't, then go out and try it. Hug the tree for a long time and feel that life force pulsing through the tree, and tell me whether you feel an instant desire to pee.
Cool.
I'm not sure about the instant desire to pee, but that's something I did as a child. It was just a normal thing to do, especially waiting, like after school, waiting to get picked up, or would just go and hug a tree. That seemed normal.
Yeah, it's like the tree is telling me that it wants nutrients. And it's saying like, hey, have you got any nitrogen to spare? I'm like, yeah, I've got nitrogen. Would you like some? Yeah, I've got nitrogen right here. Yeah, take some. It's almost like the tree is conversing with me on an energetic level and saying, hey, dude, if you got any nitrogen to spare, it's such a waste to flush that good stuff down the toilet. I'm a big tree. I can process that level of nitrogen. The flowers in your garden can't, but I can, which is such an interesting concept, And so, like, you look at a dog, right? You see it with dogs. When dogs go near trees, they often want to pee, especially male dogs, even female dogs. Like, they often want to pee at the base of trees. And with dogs, if you take them near trees, they might just want to pee, even if they don't need to pee. It's like an instinct. And so we call it marking territory. But what is are the trees communicating with us, with nature, with animals, saying, listen, this is the place to urinate? Because if you urinate there between the trees, those small plants, they can't handle that level of uric acid, right? But the tree has got such a large constitution that small amount of nitrogen is like a drop in the tank, right? Which that urine would poison the flowers, the daisies, yeah? They would get what we call nitrogen shock, and they'd get too much nitrogen, and they'd become like locked out of other nutrients. But a tree, that doesn't happen, because they literally have that. I think so, Howard. This is what I think it is, because I noticed when I connect with the tree telepathically, one of the things it says to me, "Hey, have you got anything in the tank for me?" It's almost like if you go to a horse and the horse is checking your pockets to make sure that you don't have any apples. Or if you meet a strange dog, or if you meet a baboon, they're like sniffing your bag, like, what are you in the bag for me? Oh, humans carry food in bags. It's sniff. Oh, we don't smell any food in this one's bag. Oh, too bad. And then they get bored of you and they're like, cruise, they go along, but they first want to sniff you and check, like, what have you got for me? So I think, Howard, that there's an element there of telepathy. And You know,
Perhaps
I
if I
first, yeah.
Sorry. I was just thinking now, perhaps I was thinking of the ringing cedars. There's a book by a Russian lady, and how sort of urine in the soil in your own garden communicates to the plants the nutrients that you need, like when they're growing veggies and stuff. And I wonder if the tree's not maybe kind of like a translator, because direct message urine to flower or urine to fruit is, squash or whatever. It's going to be too much for the plant, but maybe the trees are sort of translators between human and the other plants. That trees had this ability to communicate information, and also that having this big tap root system like mushrooms, there seems to be a lot of communication that goes on underground through these systems.
Yeah, I would imagine the trees, like fruiting trees, could potentially like make fruit that would compensate your deficiencies potentially from doing that. I've never heard of the use of urine to do that, but I have heard of the use of saliva, like on a seed, to influence the growth of the plant or the fruit or vegetable to supply you with what's in lack. But that's really fascinating. I'd love to learn more about that stuff. That's really cool.
Yeah, I think it's like urine therapy, shivambu, as they call it in Sanskrit, which gets the name from Shiva, which is rather interesting in itself. Is it's a divination tool, right? Divining the body, and like if you drink it and it doesn't taste right, there's something wrong. It's your body telling you that thing that you're eating isn't healthy. Yeah. And this is what I've noticed. Let's say I start eating cheese, because I don't really eat a lot of dairy. But let's say hypothetically I start eating cheese, which I do sometimes. The moment I start drinking my urine, if I decide I'm drinking my urine for a week or 2 weeks, just doing a urine cleanse, by the time I'm done, I'm not eating cheese anymore. The desire to eat cheese is gone, and the thought of eating cheese is not so nice. And I've noticed that with other things too. Start drinking urine, and you'll suddenly actually feel like drinking lemon. You'll feel like lemon. You'll be, lemon, that's a nice idea. Your tastes for what you feel like eating will change, literally. And the certain foods affect your body that aren't good for you. Your body will tell you through your urine. So that's how it affects our own internal system, our own internal ley line system of energetic pranic associations between the organs and the enzymes. So it seems to reason that the Earth's grid works in the same way, doesn't it? Like you're saying, hollow bone hawk, that you can give back to the Earth in such a way that the Earth knows what to give back to you, because that's going to add to the quality. And you can actually feed your plants urine, by the way. You've just got to dilute it with water. That's the key. And you got to, so if you want to put like urine on your plants, you just got to make sure how much nitrogen each plant gets from your urine. With a tree, you can't make that mistake. And I think, like you were saying about the translators, hollowbone hawk and Indy, I think the trees have got the biggest microbial colonies attached to them. Yeah. And those fungus networks congregate around the roots of a tree. Imagine the amount of nutrition that a tree requires from one piece of ground. It's astronomical. So it takes an extremely large amount of microbial life to process and manufacture those minerals from the soil. And it needs to bring in nutrients from near and far. But the advantages are that this tree, because it's so large and it has so much greenery on it, so much photosynthetic activity, it produces more than double the sugar than what it requires. So it pumps all that sugar out through its roots as what we call exudes. And those sugars then feed the microbial colonies and the mold colonies under the soil so that they can become rich. So you could think of a tree as a microbial city, an urban center for microbes, and an urban center for molds. And a lot of the molds are beneficial molds, but they'll need beneficial and they'll need both molds, because the things that pass away in the soil will need to be broken down. So they will need those not beneficial molds to break down those, and then those will have to be in balance with the beneficial molds that can actually interact and interface with the root system of the tree through the microbial network in order to become an exchange bartering system for different plants. And trees can barter at a long distance nutrients. That they found this. And what is it, Indy? Is it like 50 miles or something? Am I right?
What's that?
That they've discovered that these mold systems
Oh yeah.
underground can exchange nutrients over long distances and move. If there's an abundance of iron here, it will be moved to over there where there's no iron. And if there's an abundance of nitrogen, it will be moved to where the nitrogen's. And they sort of exchange nutrients on a huge distance through these mold networks.
Yeah, they do. And the biggest organism in the world is actually a honey mushroom, mycelium, that's underground, that covers 2,384 acres in Oregon. And it's absolutely huge. So I think that thing goes on for miles. Amaryllia.
And so that adds, yeah, continue, dear brother.
Amaryllia ostoye. So Amaryllia kind of refers to the golden, probably. Sounds like yellow in Spanish. And ostoye kind of sounds like, I don't even know, oyster or something, but I don't know if it's related to the oyster mushroom, maybe. That might be the genus of it. But I know that 2,300 acres is a large span of land, but I don't know how many miles across that would be. But I could imagine it may be hundreds or thousands of miles large. That's just one example of the biggest one. But they tend to cover large spanses. And so when you see the little fruiting bodies, the mushrooms come up out of the ground, those are just to pollinate their spores out into the air. But the mycelium is the one that goes underground and does a lot of the digesting of things, and it actually breathes oxygen like us, and it just digests outside of itself instead of inside of ourselves. Like, so we have everything in common with mushrooms, chemically, the way that we act in the environment. We have so many commonalities. So for both of us, plants kind of counter the things that we create. They take on what we give out, and they give out what we take in. So we really have a good complementary relationship with the plants, both us and the mushrooms. And they're very much like animals in a lot of ways.
So I have a kind of a question or thoughts in my head. And I was hoping that maybe at some point the talk would go in this direction. I have nothing to add in this particular question, but there seems to be, so we have our own human ecosystem where we relate to each other and to ourselves. And then we have this communication that's happening between, obviously with animals, we feel that a lot, but also obviously with plant life, with these trees being the communicators. And then to me, there's another part of like the whole planet as a being, a living organism, the relationship between the planet and the communicators, the plants, and ourselves. There must be a third part to this, the conversation. Because obviously the planet also has ley lines, like we have meridians, and it must also have organs or systems. I was just very curious what your thoughts were on that side of the relationship, if my questions make sense.
Yeah, there is. I think arthritis is the indicator of the communications from Earth and the coming weather sometimes, in some ways. But also, I did an interview with Maria Wheatley, whose father, Dennis Wheatley, wrote the Essential Dowsing Guide and was a master in dowsing in Ireland. And she wrote a book called The Druidic Soul Star Astrology. It's about ways to discover your past life. And there's like a strong connection with geomancy, with being able to locate water and being able to find sacred sites that you're going to be able to access like higher consciousness. And maybe if you meditate there, you'll be able to go further. So there's a strong connection there. We can get so many indications from being able to connect with Mother Earth at those sites. Worship sites for communities of ancient peoples.
Yeah, that's very interesting because, like, you know, this is something that I consider, like, when I speak about the planets, I think of them as living beings, and stars, living beings. And, like, I think of, like, a solar system as a living being. I think of a galaxy as a living being. Like, to me, they're all just living things. Like, even what we call atoms, I think they're just little living beings. And so the natural point there is like this what you're saying, Hollowbone Hawk, sort of ties in, I think, to the eras and the trends that we follow in life, right? I'll give you an example of what I mean. The weather system. Why do we have certain religious holidays in April, according to a solstice? Why do we have certain kinds of religious activities in winter? You know, it would have been Saturnalia. Now it's Christmas. We should probably call it Christ Smash. Probably a better way to terminology, because it's really like it's go and smash the doors down and buy as much rubbish as you can and get drunk and eat bad food. Because that's really what it relates to. Like, wow, what kind of a religious festival is that? Like, imagine extraterrestrials looking at us. They think we were crazy.
There was a time when there was no Black Fridays, not long ago, though. I feel like in the 90s that wasn't even a thing.
Yeah, it wasn't a thing when we were kids.
Now it's time to riot, apparently. So
it's crazy.
My family, so I think, like, give gifts. We have to create something to give.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think these circadian rhythms are in us. This is where I think this is where we started with the conversation right at the beginning. The idea behind that, okay, so these political representatives that operate in conjunction with corporate CEOs and important corporations generate particular state of mind on particular nodes, like Washington, D.C. is obviously on a powerful Earth meridian point, for example. And so the Masons have built up the area to show us, like, this is a sacred space. Look at the temple, right? The whole thing is aligned like a temple. And we go back in ancient times and we see that the Mayans did it. We see evidence of it in China and Egypt and all around the world, where sacred points on the earth have been sort of commemorated with sacred structures. And Mexico, they've got them there as well in abundance. And so I think, like, in the same way that the earth is programmed by these certain groups of people that do magical rites by signing declarations of new laws, and they act as representatives of us. And so we are in the maritime system being related to the element of water. And so they act as the representative of the conglomerate of humanity in that particular area, you know, the governors, politicians of a particular country. And so they use signs, which is sigils, right? They put their sigils onto documents. And a document, a dock, is when the ship docks, right? From the maritime ocean of energy, fluid, water, and it brings its goods to port. And so it needs a dock, needs a docket, a document. And so they put their sigils on these documents with intention to create new laws or to put a sigil on the document in order for a war to happen, right? All that nonsense we've seen happening in the Middle East, right? Around the Palestinian area. Sigils have been put on documents by important people that represent the rest of humanity in certain particular places on ley line rich points in order to reprogram the earth. So I think that we are meddling with her. And I think that we are meddling with her. I think in ancient times, we would use those sacred centers to gain inspiration and insight and get her wisdom flowing through us so that we can live in accordance with her. But now we're living in this postmodern era where we want to conform nature to our desire. And we want to use nature for what we can get from her. She's just a commodity. So we create a docket. We've even commoditized nature, even all these crypto scammers out there. And I think all forms of crypto is one scam or another, right? They're scamming the fundamental spiritual body of humanity because they are turning nature into crypto credits, aren't they? Am I right or wrong? Every piece of nature is now worth a certain coin, and they are trading nature on their thing, and they are trying to manipulate her energy, right? And this is a kind of a magic that they're doing. And most of the people that are doing this magic aren't even aware they're doing it. Even the so-called magicians that have come to show us about how cryptocurrency is the future and it's going to save us and give us anonymity, and so we don't get wrecked by the financial crash that's coming and all that nonsense, which is true. All this stuff is true. This is reality. But I think there's a kind of a dark magic that's interacting with the earth being, and it's done politically, it's done economically, it's done sociologically. I think when they're programming our internal energy fields to be in a state of fear, how does that relate to the earth? With us bleeding our little energies into the consciousness field of earth and affecting all of the animals around us and then bleeding them in. And so what are the senses of the earth being? That would be my question. Are we the senses, us and all the other living beings?
Or is it the volcanoes? They get the senses and they start to show responses.
Yeah, I mean, the volcano is interesting, isn't it? Vulcan. That's up there, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's got resonant connections with Mars. Vulcan and Mars, I think, have often been interchanged, right?
Yeah, some people have speculated that they worshipped Vulcan before Yahweh and that Moses was actually at a volcano when he spoke to the burning bush, and that they've changed the facts over time. But other historians are considering that Moses and even Abraham are fictitious characters, but I really don't think so. I think they used real individuals to encapsulate a lot of the stories that they usurped from previous cultures. Like a lot of the stories that we see were used in the Greco-Roman Oriental mystery schools. And so all of these individuals that we've heard of, like Hercules and various individuals as such, were given December 25th birthday. And we're said to, and, some of them are said to have been sent down the river because they're trying to kill the firstborn. And, were able to heal the blind and were sacrificed or crucified. And so they have all the same kind of theme stories, but it's not an original story. The stories of the Old Testament come from Mesopotamia. The stories of the New Testament come from Greco-Roman stuff. So there's a lot of stuff that's being usurped there, but there's a lot of interesting things that are coming to light about some of the old ways. You know, the gold bull worship was one of the idols that they had the people worshiping, and that was involved with certain aspects. But there was other things when they come into from the Egyptian world into the desert into the Canaanite world. They were worshiping Baal, and they were worshiping the Queen of Heaven, and they would do these various like orgiastic sex rituals to help like induce like the rain for the fertility for the crops and things, and then all this Judaic people came in and kind of were involved in that, and then it's experienced like an entire flip from this orgiastic rites to like pushing people in eventually towards celibacy, like in Christianity.
I just had a thought now. Sorry.
Please express yourself.
Oh no, when you were talking about that we use maritime law, it gave me a flashback of when you were speaking earlier about the kidneys and about fear. Like if you're not living in life, you're living in fear, which is kidneys, which is water, and then how everything is surrounded about maritime law. Sorry, Andy, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'll go for it. No, you're good.
Interesting that terminology is getting used.
Yeah, maritime law is something that really ties back before the Babylonian Mystery School back to the Atlantean Mystery School. And we've spoken a little bit before about some of the remaining descendants of the Atlantean culture and the peoples, particularly the Basque people and the Berber people had very strong, prominent ancestry there, and their alphabets come from Linear B, which is similar to Linear A of the Minoan culture. So, like the Phoenician peoples or seafaring people, I have kind of a theory of my own that there's a breakaway civilization of the Atlantean people that proceeded from the Mu civilization, and that they were actually aquatic hominids that came back to land to give people their wisdom and their civilization, but they created actually the human race as slaves, and that they have retreated to the inner earth civilization where they now reside and fly around in these crafts, and we see them as the sky people. But I feel like that they lived in the ocean for millions of years and slept on the beaches, much like the seals, and created us. And that's why we have no coat of fur, and we have this like strange alienation to nature. And so I feel like we're in an odd place right now in our development, but hopefully we're gonna get shaken up a little bit by nature to make sure that we change our ways to at least start to be in synchronous union with nature instead of trying to fight against nature, because nature's going to win every time. And I think right now nature's kind of speaking out to the human race, trying to tell us to straighten up a little bit. And a lot of the like controlling forces right now in the human civilization are starting to collapse. So I feel like things are going to be falling into the hands of innovators that are going to bring things to a better place. But if we just use these innovations to further develop the way we're developing things in breaking down resources, it's not necessarily going to be good for us or nature. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how things unfold as the human race develops right now, as spirituality is starting to climb back into our priorities of development, as our technologies advance so much faster than our ethics and our spirituality. And it's becoming somewhat of an issue with the patriarchal leadership that we've had has been primarily, I think, an aspect of the problem. And I think we're starting to bring more matriarchal leadership back into it, more balanced leadership. It's going to really help our intentions and the way we do things.
Yeah, I think like it's very interesting, you know, where we're going now, because we're looking at the maritime, we're looking at the oceans, and I see the oceans as being sort of like the secretions of the mother, right? So the mother is secreting, and she's secreting life, sweating from her proverbial pores, sweating and urinating and all of this, you know, as we see it. And so the water seems to come from deep inside the earth somehow. And this is like an interesting point, you know, like the earth, she breathes water in and out, and the water circulates through her systems. And she uses the weather to circulate water through her systems, right? Rainy season, dry season, water goes up, come down. And so it stands to reason that if you want to reprogram the earth, you need to get inside her. And so you want to use her canals, her waterways, her proverbial earth, you know, paths of water, in order to be able to program that system. And I wonder if there's a caracal cat. Ori, come.
And also,
It's just by the door. There might be a caracal cat out there.
The mother and the father of all the Mesopotamian gods, like Anu, came from the water. Tiamat came from the salt water, and Abzu came from the sweetwater abyss. When they say sweetwater, they mean like fresh, what we refer to as fresh water. And they believe that the gods then came from the sky beyond the sky, and they lived above the clouds. And that's really where the sweet water comes from, the clouds into the lakes and the rivers. And so they believe that their seas were made of sweet water in the sky beyond the sky. And so maybe, you know, that was referring to the fact that they had these flying crafts like they have today, and they were able to like fly over the horizon. But I don't think you ever see these crafts like fly out of the atmosphere. So it's interesting that we've kind of been either misled or mistaken in our understanding of them, if that's the case. But I always like to keep an open mind about all this and have good discussions with people about it all. But a lot of this is supported by the fact that, like, if the gods did live in the sea, they would have learned to navigate by the stars. And so they would use different geographic locations or directions, refer to them by stars or constellations, galaxies, that they were referred to them, because if they're swimming in the sea, they would have no landmarks to navigate by and would have to learn to use the stars to navigate. And so over time, they could come to develop technology to build crafts and become later on sailing civilizations that became the Phoenicians and the Basque people. And then they had people that would go out and become shepherds, and they would go out and trade wives and expand their gene pool, and they would return back to the secret islands. And then those islands were destroyed, according to history. But there's new kind of underground information about different cities of the Agartha network. And so they say that the remaining remnants of Atlantis live in a city called Posid, underneath Mato Grosso in Brazil. And that the remaining Lemurians of Mu live underneath Mount Shasta. And their civilization, I did an interview with this guy that had gone down there, and it's quite fascinating. He said that they were 9 feet tall with white robes, and they had a crystal city, and they had crystal floating crafts and crystal bowls and glasses to drink from, and medicine and things of the sort too. So it's a fascinating thing if you want to take a look at the underground city of Mount Shasta. The name of it's not coming to mind. I'm trying to get it to come back to me, but it'll come to me later. But also there's the city of Agartha that Saint-Yves, the French philosopher, was invited to come study, and then he was not able to actually finish his study to be able to go down to Agartha, but he started the Agarthian mystery schools, which are also known similar to Shambhala underneath India and behind the Himalayas. So there's a lot there that's been coming to the surface about the secret civilizations there. But it kind of points out like to the body, like there's a lot to the body that also we see as the earth is like analogous to the body, and that there's many things inside of us that are kind of mysterious and that have been brought back to light, like the things we've spoken about today, like different meridians. I associate those with like different geomantic altar sites, or places that we can like worship our bodies and maybe use acupuncture on those sites, or maybe put some stones and use some different types of healing modalities to help us with that. Different color stones help for different chakral energies, and if you use those stones in places you might have injury or condition, you might be able to help provide some healing resonance and energy for those, or healing for that condition or injury, and bring insight to maybe the emotional body and the root cause of those conditions or injuries. So there's a lot there. I think we can always kind of like look to Mother Earth as like an extension of ourselves, and see her mysteries and her beauties to reflect our own, and vice versa.
Yeah, there's a lovely correlation between our own internal world and the world around us, and planet Earth and the animals and plants, and then also looking to the stars. And one's conscious intention I think is very important when doing this work. Was Cosmic on? Did he leave?
Yeah, Cosmic was on. I think he'll be back at some point. He did say that he didn't have much to say about this topic, but Cosmic, he's
just very curious to hear the phase point of view, or his experience with the Fae in relation to the Earth, because I'm sure that that's a big piece of the Fae work that he does.
Yeah, I mean that's very interesting, because like I was thinking about the guides as they relate to the animal forms of the living structures, which are parts of ourselves that we reflect into the world, and we populate this world with animals. And I think like we're all part of this same one mother. that populates this world with all of these beings, all these aspects of ourselves. And so these animal consciousness forms, which we see as being sort of fundamental to shamanism, also you see it in Vedic world, you see it in all the ancient world. Like, yeah, let's as far as the Babylonians, the Egyptians, or the shamans from different places in the world, whether it's the Americas or whether it's Russia, or whether it's China or India, or the the native Southern African people, we have the same ideas here. And so these beings, I think, are sort of like aspects of this great mother, this is an interesting point. So within our body, we've got all these different organs, and each of the organs represents a different consciousness, different emotional state, a different being. And our organs within our bodies represent different guides, different parts of ourselves, which has its own distinct personality. The heart has its own personality. Like my heart, for example, earlier when we were talking, I thought to check my pulse rate. My pulse rate was 58, and I was like, that for me is perfect pulse, right? I've always had pulse 58, 60 ever since I was a little child. And so for me, that's like the correct, I know that my heart's in a good place when my pulse is resonating in that way. And so that relates, then the reason is because I'm actually quite a happy-go-lucky guy underneath it all. I've always been like, when you're in that happy-go-lucky, that part of that character which makes me who I am, a big part of it is heart. A big part of it is that being that relates to this. And so there's a very lion-based energy, right? And so we see now, we look at the zodiac, we see these animals once again. And I think like these animal archetypes, we could call them archetypes, even though the problem with the word archetype is we tend to want to think of them as mechanical reflections of a inner mental process. When I think of them not as mechanical reflections, but like, just to clarify, when I say archetypes, I mean living, functioning beings that we have within our bodies, but that those beings, we've only got one side of that being in our body. The other side of that being is in the earth. And then that same side of that being in the earth is in your body, and in John and Anne and Paul and Peter and Mary and, Joachim.
That makes them sigils.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes them symbols, yeah.
But these are literally beings in the earth. And so I think that sort of ties in to what we're talking about, where the Fae are particularly elemental beings. And these beings are elemental in nature. I think like they are made out of different parts, just like our organs are made out of different parts. There's different tissue populations that get together to make one organ. So one organ consists of various, sort of like a continent consists of various countries. Yeah. And each population of each country conglomerates to create that continent's consciousness. So if you go to South America, there's a particular kind of South Americanness. If you come to Southern Africa, there's a particular Southern Africanness. If you go to the subcontinent of the Far East, the land of the rising sun, there's a particularness there. If you come like slightly closer to the Indian subcontinent, there's a particularness there. And it includes Afghanistan, it includes different parts of Nepal and other countries, and they all make up Bhutan, and all of them make up that consciousness. Then you go to the Middle East, and there's like this Iraq, this Iran, and Afghanistan is part of that. So they've sort of split up peoples, it seems, and force them to be together, like Cecil John Rhodes style. And so this is what I noticed. You go to Europe, there's a particular kind of a consciousness in different parts of Europe. There's a Western European states, and they all have a similar kind of an outlook. Then you go to Eastern Europe, and they've all got a similar kind of a way of being. And so the people literally look a little bit different. They behave differently. Their languages are different. They've all got the different kind of. Why are we so nuanced in this way? I think it's because on different parts of the earth, different animal forms were dominant and consciousness. And so different organs within our body in different places. Like, for example, the heart of the Occidental person is, I believe it's 25% bigger. That's significant, isn't it? 25% or up to 25% bigger heart, maybe 15 to 25%, which is like proportionally bigger for their bodies. And so these are the people, like, you know, from Tibet and Nepal and a lot of these places in northern China, this northern subcontinent, where that part of the body is ruling. So hence we have an obsession with the Himalayas, right? And I noticed when I went to India, when I went to the Himalayas, I was able to handle the altitude way better than other people. And I was like, why is everybody getting so sick? And then it occurred to me, my heart. I must have a big heart for the size of my body, you know, proportionally. And a strong heart, which is like the key to being in high altitudes, even though I don't recognize Occidental history, but there must be that in my genetic tree. So our genetic tree carries a lot of this information of previous migrations from, it could be like 5,000 years ago. Who knows? You know, ancestors of my ancestors of my ancestors came from where? A part of my ancestral tree comes from the Himalayas. It's why I feel so comfortable in the Himalayas. It's why when I went into the Himalayas, I found that the altitude was way easier for me to deal with than a lot of the other people that were going up there. And I was like, that's interesting. So, you know, also being in the deserts, I found it easier to be in the deserts. So that's an interesting point, I think. Like, the different characteristics of our bodies and our consciousness is related to the different archetypal structures that govern particular areas on the planet, like chakra node points. And the human beings have developed differently in those places with different languages, different cultures, different ideologies, different ideas, and different physiologies, different foods also, because those regions have now, they're different. So they've got different, and I think so it makes us think, like, what is weather? Like, on your body, what is weather? Is your microbial climate on your body, right? So could the weather be the microbial climate of the earth, right? And this governs the very subtle principles, like consciousness-based principles in particular areas. And so could the weather be a reaction to the living sun and the living earth and the living moon and all these beings having a conversation? And yo, Gaz, good to see you, man. I hope you're good. There is no natural. Yes, Gaz, you point out a really interesting point, man. This is actually exactly where we're going with this whole maritime conversation, right? So we're programming the ley lines with our intentions and our sigils on documents. We're trying to program the weather. It's a big thing. So much money and resources being directed towards controlling the weather, which is a little bit ridiculous if you really think about it. And I understand it's a powerful weapon that can be employed, right? You make your enemies have a drought. Wow, they have to come to you for food. It's a pretty powerful weapon, you know, militarily speaking. So, like, yeah, I don't want to get carried away, but, like, is this what you're thinking about when you were mentioning this, Hollowbone Hawk? Or India? I don't know if I'm triggering any ideas that you guys are.
Well, I don't know. I was just thinking about Reiki and like using stones to heal things and resonance with like earth, crystals, being here in the mountains. There's a lot of quartz in the mountains, and so there's like a big kind of spiritual kind of vibe here and stuff. And like people that are religious are like into like weird mystical religious stuff that's like speaking in tongues that mystifies the heck out of me. And my girlfriend was playing something yesterday and they started to speak in tongues. And we were just like, we were really moved. Like we felt like it made
Who started speaking in tongues?
on this recording that we were listening to. It was eerily like resonant with like everything she's going through and stuff. And they're speaking in tongues and got me. And there's some power out here, some real power in the crystals, in the mountains.
Yeah, I've had that happen to me. In my brother used to do it when he was little a lot. He used to jump up and start. I'll never forget the first time I saw my brother doing it. He was like, he stood up and he started going crazy. He was like, and he must have been about 2 or 3 years old. And but when I spoke in tongues, it was a little bit different. It was like I could understand languages that I couldn't know, and I could speak languages that I couldn't speak. Which was like really interesting. Like how did I just have a conversation with that person in a language I don't understand? And we had a succinct conversation. And the moment you become aware that you're doing it, it becomes hard to do it. Sort of like juggling, you know. You're juggling, you start thinking about, oh, I'm juggling, and then the balls fall, right? It's like you got to get into that mode where things are just happening. You know, the StreamYard is such a butt pain engineering flipping classic thing here, you know. They're having.
Can I interject for a second? Sorry.
Yes, please do.
I'm going to say big gratitude to the both of you for letting me join, and I'm gonna step off. So thank you, and I will be listening from the background. Just gotta get my charger, and yeah, big blessings, and everyone in the chat. I haven't been able to see anything because I'm just on my phone, and my eyesight's not that great. My internal eye is waking up. My external eyes are not so great. But thank you.
Yeah, that's fine.
And bless you both. And much love and gratitude.
Likewise.
Well, thank you.
Thanks for being here today. It's been so great.
Thanks, Indy. Okay. Ciao, Bush Whisperer. Indy, blessings. Ciao.
It's been an absolute honor having you here. And thank you for sharing your insights and your expertise with us. I hope you have an absolutely fantastic evening. Om Shanti.
Okay. God bless.
Blessed be.
Ciao.
God bless. So yeah, I mean that is a very interesting idea, you know, of these notions of these planetary places related to the spirit of a place. Yeah. And it's something that the ancients could relate to. The spirit of America, the spirit of Canada, the spirit of Africa, the spirit of China, there is a different spirit. Like this is the first thing I noticed when I traveled. I was like, oh my gosh, there's a different spirit out here. It's a different being. And we think of ourselves as individuals, but like how much of us is really individual?
All right, that's a good question. There's so much that we adapt from, you know, pick and choose between trendy little things that are put in our face. You know, not many people choose the stuff that's not put on the shelf in front of us. Something else.
Interesting point. Gut microbes. They're like scientists have discovered a connection with character and microbes in the gut.
Ah.
And people with an abundance of a certain kind of a microbe in their body and in their gut will have a particular way of behaving like that. Certain microbes will make you more likely to become reactant or angry. Certain microbes will make you more likely to become depressed or sad. So it's like how much like of our physical cells, half of the cells in our body are these microbes, right? These mycelium kind of networks that are between our cells. And these creatures, they produce enzymes, right? And those enzymes drive our enzymes. And so these biochemical reactions of enzymes touching enzymes have a powerful reaction in the way in which our hormonal systems operate. So our hormonal systems are very dependent upon microbes. And our emotions that we feel are hormone related. So we're feeling our emotions, which are our hormones being released into our blood system, which is based upon chemical reactions, reacting to enzyme reactions between microbes and our own DNA. Isn't it quite mind-blowing if you think about it? How much of our emotions are ours? How much of it is part of this microbial group within our, which are a part of us, but they're like little individuals within us. And so we will relate to other people. When you relate to someone else, what makes you relate to them? Is it a recognition that my microbes like your microbes, so we're going to be buddies? So my brain chemistry and your brain chemistry is similar, and my hormonal system similar to yours, so we can relate emotionally, mentally. I hope I'm making sense in the way I'm sort of putting this out there, but it's an interesting concept, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fascinating. I know that they recently figured out that the appendix has a lot more neurons than they found that in the heart. There's 40,000 neurites in the heart, being like the second brain. But now they're finding that in the appendix, there's over 200 million neurites or neurons in there. So a lot of the central nervous system in the brain is more extended than the actual brain itself. So we have a second and third and fourth and fifth, brains of these various organs. And we hold these energies, emotional energies for us. And I like how you kind of associate that with kind of an analogy of like different like groups of of people, whether they be from like different places or whether they are in like various groups. But it's really fascinating how all of the various organs are kind of like aware, and they store our feelings within them. So I feel like once we can kind of like come to realize that and start to utilize that, we can start to really work where the energy resides and stuff. There was a new organ that was discovered called the mesentery organ beneath the belly button that kind of connects nerves to a lot of the different organs. And it was thought to be vestigial, but it's found to be part of the nervous system. So there's like really fascinating things that we've been learning about in science that have always been kind of known about in ancient Taoist and Ayurvedic medicine for thousands of years, but it's starting to be able to get traction in science and modern medicine. So it's really helping integrate Eastern and Western medicine. Oh, cool. Yeah. Mesentery.
That's really interesting. I didn't even know about this.
Yeah.
I'm sure it must be of interest to a lot of people out there because it's so fascinating. So the mesentery, an organ that attaches the intestines to the posterior abdominal wall, consisting of a double fold of the peritoneum. It helps, among other functions, in storing fat and allowing blood vessels, lymphatics, and nerves to supply the intestines. Mesocolon, the part of the mesentery that attaches the colon to the abdominal wall, was formerly thought to be fragmented structure, with all named parts, the ascending, transverse, descending, and sigmoid mesocolons, the mesoappendix, and the mesocriterium, separately terminating their insertion into the posterior abdominal wall. But in 2012, using electron microscopes, we were able to see that the mesocolon to be a single structure derived from duodenojejunal flexura and extending to the distal mesocretal layer. I hope I said that word right. Duodenojejunal flexure. It's quite a mouthful, huh?
Yeah.
This is interesting because it relates to so we were talking about the appendix, right? And the appendix having being related to the intestine in Taoist medicine, Chinese medicine. And the negative emotion attached to the appendix is the same negative emotion attached to the intestine, right? Which is grief. So depression starts there, and it's got to do with those microbes. Once again, like this is where all the microbes, most of the microbes in our body live in our gut, right? A significant portion of it. So a lot of our emotions are driven by these organs. And what does the appendix do? Is it stores microbes, right? That's its job. So the appendix, if you want to get right down to it, is a housing development for microbes. Yeah? So that all the new microbes that are breeding, all the new children, little baby microbes, they got like somewhere to live. So that when you poo and you poo out like all of their grandparents and everything, they can come back in and populate where their grandparents left with their parents, who will then get pooed out with the next poo, and then their children will. It's like a link of a chain. So the appendix is got to do with the abundance of microbes in the physical body, and the positive and healthy. And the reason people get appendicitis is because their appendixes get swollen with pus, because they get the wrong kind of microbes. So it's like, what happens when the gangs infiltrate your housing development, right?
Yeah.
Like they start having like firefights in the streets, they start burning down the houses, right? And before you know it, the neighborhood has gone to shit. No one can live there anymore. And so this is exactly what happens in the human body. These evil little gangs, the gangsters, to come up with their rap, gonna make a little crap, gonna, got myself a 9mm, gonna, all that nonsense. My boy discovered this on his mom's computer. I had to get him out of this because he thinks now that you need a gun to sing, to rap. Like, no, you don't. You don't need any of that. But it's sort of interesting that they have targeted the appendix. Don't you find that fascinating?
Yeah.
Because
and they
a lot
always
of people have had them removed when they didn't need them removed.
exactly. Yeah.
And so if you get the wrong balance of bacteria, it's easier to become depressed.
Mm.
And so that sadness and that depression, right? Grief is an emotion of the small intestine and the appendix because they work together. Remove the appendix and you make it harder for the gut to have happy emotions. How cool is that? So it's not that it's not possible. It just means you've got to be so much more careful, I think, in what you eat, if that makes sense. Because you've got to constantly be eating probiotics. So if someone's had their appendix removed, my advice to them would be eat loads and loads of probiotics. And the best probiotics you can get is cabbage. Is those kimchi, or although kimchi's normally got a lot of chili, which has its own issues, right? But the sauerkraut that the Germans eat, that's like one of the best things. This is so if you're eating a little bit of sauerkraut every day, then no appendix shouldn't make a problem because you're continually breeding the right kind of microbes in your body. But isn't it interesting that sauerkraut could become something that could cure you of depression? How's that for a thought, brother?
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, especially like fermented kimchi. I like that. If you can handle the taste, it's really good for you. Give you probiotics for yourself. It's a good prebiotic for your own microbiota in your gut.
Do you like chili?
I love chili.
You're like me. I love chili so much I don't allow myself to eat it all the time.
Oh, good.
Because what I do, I take a handful of chilies and I chop them raw onto my food.
Yeah, me too. Do you like green chilies or like
green chilies, red chilies, Thai chilies?
Yeah.
I'm ridiculous. Okay, you know you get these kind of sauces, right? Like if I get a chili sauce, it has to be the XXX chili sauce. And then I eat it too fast. I can't taste it now. I need the chili. So I have to eat raw chilies to get my hit. They gotta be fresh and I eat them raw. I don't cook them.
Right. I'm trying to get a zoom on this image right here, so I'm gonna try to get a different one.
Yeah. So the sauerkraut is probably an easier one for most people to eat. It's sauerkraut you can eat all the time. I think kimchi you can't eat all the time unless you want to get like kidney stones. Yeah. But what breaks up, by the way, what breaks up the stones in your body is Epsom salts. Yeah. Epsom salts helps as a speed up the chelation process, and what's that stuff called? Shilajit. Are you on the Shilajit, brother?
I took Shilajit and I got hemochromatosis because I was taking strawberries and molasses, and I got iron overload.
So that's a natural form of fulvic acid for the human body, huh?
Yeah.
And that fulvic acid chelates, it chelates the heavy metals out of your brain.
Oh, that's so good.
So it's a heavy metal detox without the detox, because instead of detoxing, it literally chelates the metals and actually turns them into minerals that are trace element minerals that your body needs, which is incredible if you think about it. That Shilajit stuff is like, it is so legit.
Yeah, my girlfriend likes red meat a lot, so it's hard to take things high in iron for me. But maybe I could get fulvic acid.
Well, the Shilajit is fulvic acid.
Yeah, but it has really high mineral content.
It does, but you don't take a lot of it. So you get all the other minerals like the iron content, I think is minimal. Shilajit iron content. Like, so to give you an idea, right? Per 100 grams of shilajit, there's only 10 to 20 milligrams of iron, right?
Yeah.
And that 100 grams of shilajit's going to last you 4 months, 5 months, right? How much iron in one steak? Just to give you an idea of what we're talking about. So one steak has got 6 milligrams of iron.
Mm-hmm.
So if you take a say about a 3 to 4 month, if you take 100 doses to 120 doses of shilajit, in fact, I think that can even last you longer than that. You don't have to take a gram a day. You take like half a gram is sufficient.
Yeah.
But you are getting, each day you're taking like what, 0.5 milligrams, right? So one steak has got 0.5 times 2, 12. So you're taking 1/12 of the amount. So all you do is you take 1/12 of your steak and you don't eat it. Give it to the dog. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Then it's not going to overload your iron, but it's got all the other minerals in it and stuff. So it's not just so much about like those big, and it's got a lot of the smaller minerals that you don't find easily. But the most important thing is that it's the chelator, and it also helps your body to process the minerals better that you do take. So it helps to get the minerals of your body and the nutrition to move where it really wants to move throughout the cells. So it opens up those ion channels, yeah? Because of the calcium ion channels between the cells moves minerals from cell to cell to cell to cell. And these are like electrical channels that basically move information, minerals through the cells. And obviously the quality of the water matters, but the chelation acts as a purifier as well. It's really interesting when you look at how much our physical body is like soil. When we were talking about mushrooms, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Like we're not far off. So what have you got on the screen here, dear brother?
These diagrams are very complicated. I'm trying to get to one that's easier to understand, but it's very small writing. I was going to try to find the appendix if that was one of the things, and each of these different circles represents 2 different things in this one. So we have on the top the triple warmer and the small intestine, that also including the heart and pericardium. So that one's got 4 things.
I think we're talking about the metal element here. So we're looking at the intestine, and that falls under the umbrella of the intestine. Yeah?
The fire says
No, that's metal, isn't it?
on the metal they have large intestine and lung, but the small intestine falls under fire.
Sorry, the large intestine.
That's interesting because Virgo is like the intestines, and
Yes.
that's like the small intestines, I think, and associated with Mercury and fire. So there's a lot of correlation there. But that's interesting that they split the intestines up like that. But then for Earth, we have stomach and the spleen. And then for metal, we have the lungs, and the large intestine, as I mentioned earlier. For water, kidney, and bladder, which makes a lot of sense. And then wood, gallbladder, and liver. So those are like a lot of different organs, but they did not include the appendix in those. It usually has been considered kind of like mysterious, and they've been learning a lot more about the appendix.
So basically, the small intestine is for uptaking the water, right? That's its main function, is to condition the stool conditioner. But the large intestine is where all the heavy lifting happens.
Right.
So the large intestines where all of the microbes do their work, the little guys with the hammers and the chisels, and click, 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 tick, 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 little tinkerers tinkering away at all of our nutrition. And so the large intestine works in conduit with the appendix. And the appendix is like a little sac that will store up a whole lot of microbes and keep them safe and healthy, so that they can inject it back into the large intestine, and then it gets in there and it goes crazy. It multiplies, and then some of it goes back into that sac, and then it goes out. And so it keeps regulating your microbial population. I think that's the job, one of the main jobs of the appendix, as I understand it. I mean, I'm not a specialist, but so it's attached to that, and it works in conjunction with the large intestine, which is why, from a Taoist Chinese medicine perspective, it carries that emotional tone, and grief weakens it.
Right. And I know that my brother had appendicitis, and he was drinking a lot, and he didn't realize that he had appendicitis. His alcohol was kind of numbing the pain a little bit, but when it wore off, he finally realized it kind of late in the game. And but just before he had birth, so he was able to make it out of appendicitis on top. But I've heard recently, fairly recently, that appendix was really primarily used in the body for purging the gut when there's like a poison or like food poisoning. The appendix will send in things that will purge the gut and allow microbes that allow things to get out of there. And they've never really understood that until recently. But they're also finding out that it's got all these neurons in there too. So it's really doing a lot. And when we consider the mesentery organ being involved and this whole nervous system aspect, it's like the movement of energy and things that we really hadn't considered before.
I've got a healthy appendix.
Good.
Any of my clients will tell you, I'm always talking about my gut. I'm always like, you know what my gut says? My gut literally talks to me. It tells me, nah. Like that conversation that you're having, you know, when you say like, do you trust your gut?
Yeah.
That gut instinct, that is the consciousness of the being of the intestine and the appendix working together. And that brain of the appendix is that gut instinct. So we have it in our psyche. And some people can trust their gut instinct better. And so in Japanese forms of martial arts, you're encouraged to develop your hara. And your hara improves your gut instinct. And that gut instinct is what protects your body. With like when people strike at you, you don't think block. Your gut decides to protect. You know, it's all coming from your gut. So in the sense like that gut instinct is such a powerful and important thing that we've been taught to ignore because we're so cerebrally top heavy. You know, but you're completely right. You know, it's very interesting. I'm sure that we're just scratching the surface of it.
Women are oftentimes more in touch with their gut feelings, which can kind of baffle men a little bit sometimes. I know it baffles me a little bit that they'll a lot of times women will point out a certain individual like, oh, that person has really bad vibes. Oh my God. And to me, I look around and I'm just like, really? Okay, cool. I just like having those people close by me because oftentimes I'll be pretty blind to a lot of that stuff. And I trust animals too, you know.
Sometimes people make me feel nauseous.
Yeah, I have a strong gut feelings. I have a strong gut, like as far as like I never get sick or whatever. So if I had like a weaker gut, I would probably notice more like subtle changes. You know what I mean?
Like my gut will tell me that this person, like when I'm in the presence of somebody that's a narcissist or a sociopath or got some kind of a severe psychological problem, my gut will pick up the microbes in their gut and it will warn me by saying this person is like a nauseating person. And then I'll stop and I'll stop back and watch. And normally after a while, I'll have seen, wow.
Yeah.
You know, because they give people time. They'll show you who they are. That's the beautiful thing about life, yeah? Give people time, they'll show you exactly who they are. And so that's like a really powerful diagnostic tool. We were talking with, with Hollowbone Hawk earlier, that idea that the gut can, I wonder how much of the kinesiology is being driven by that gut intelligence.
Yeah, there's a strong connection with the polyvagus nerve. The vagus nerve influences our mood, and it's connected to the gut. And so, like the microbes in our gut that are bacterial and various things that are within us that are symbiotic influence our nerves and our polyvagus nerve, and that influences our brain, our mood. And so we think that we're like doing things because we want to, which is our favorite snack, and we need to eat it because of this reason or not or whatever. Sometimes when you've got that hunger and you're trying to not eat, maybe it's that polyvagus nerve saying you should indulge in something that you really don't want to do. It could be referential to like a candida infection of like different types of microbes in your system that are kind of not symbiotic, that are trying to get you to leach a bunch of sugar into your body for them, or worse, maybe parasites or whatever. But the microbes have like a really strong play in this, and they've recently done the human microbiome study after doing the human genome project, is the human microbiome project. So they know so much more about the various different microbiota of the gut and like all the different tissues of the body, and there's so much more there. They also found that the microbiota in the gut make our proteins for us because we don't have enough genes, having only like 20,000 genes. We can't make enough proteins with the functions of our genes. But things like fleas have like 30,000 genes, and everything else seems to have a lot more. And like we only have 46 chromosomes, whereas apes have 48 chromosomes. So we rely on our gut a lot more than we know. And having a strong gut is hard to come by. And
here's the interesting point of DNA. So I've been looking at mics lately, and the strength of a mic has got to do with various factors. It's bit rate, right? 24 bit rate is a good bit rate for a mic. And then its frequency, right? And so the kilohertz of its how many times it's recording in 1 second, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, when we look at DNA, we see the scale of vibration that goes from the 1.2 gigahertz spectrum all the way up through 4, 8, 10, 12 gigahertz, up into the terahertzes. Am I right? Is it up to the 10, 20 terahertz frequency? Now, those high frequencies are the microbial DNA. They're vibrating so fast. Now, if your computer, right, is running at 2 gigahertz, that means every second there's 2 gigahertz of certain amount of information that can pass through your computer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the microbes are able to carry more information because of the frequency. It's like this. If I speak like this, or if I speak like this, you know, the
Yeah.
amount of information I can carry in 1 hour is going to be different. If I speak really fast, I can unload loads of information. So the microbes of the bacteria are like 50 people speaking at once. What an interesting concept.
Mm. That's
And you know, I think that that's like a an important thing that we maybe don't always consider.
absolutely. Yeah, and a lot is done by the mitochondria in the nervous system. The mitochondria in the nervous system outnumber mitochondria in the other parts of the body by 10 to 100 times. So there's like, say, about like 20 mitochondria in a cell in the body. There would be 200 to 2,000 in a neuron. And so it seems like these mitochondria, since they have a 16 chromosome circular DNA chain, much like all other prokaryotic bacterial and archaea cells, mitochondria are very bacterial, and so they have that same vibration, and they're part of the human cell. So they're kind of like a bacteria that became part of our DNA, and that's born inside of our cell. Every one of our cells is the energy factory for the cell. And without it, it would be powerless. And so it's almost like as if they live in there, and the cell is their machine or their home. And they kind of, I think they have a hive mind and are able to carry a strong resonance of fields of consciousness through time and space. They're able to live in outer space without an atmosphere and travel across from celestial bodies. So it's pretty amazing the potential of, when you consider, of the prokaryotic voyagers of the cosmos.
That whole hive mind concept, it brings us back to what we were talking about a little while ago about individuality.
Yeah.
Because the microbes in our body are part of a hive mind. Do you think this could be how telepathy moves? Maybe the microbes in my body are connected to the microbes in your body through a hive mind, and they share information. How's this for a concept? And our appendix, our gut, translates this information into our bodies. And if we're really tuned in to our appendix and our gut, then this information can be translated into other modes of information so that we're able to access it emotionally, mentally, and that in a more refined form becomes telepathy. How's that for a concept?
Yeah, Isaac Bentov actually came up with this in the 70s and said that there's like a higher consciousness, and then there's an even higher consciousness field in which we're all connected in. And he kind of disappeared, I guess, but he was working on something that was really massive, but understanding our consciousness, that every individual influences the other. And the way he portrayed it was that we're like a raisin in the jello. And so if one raisin vibrates in such a way, eventually the other raisins are going to also start to resonate that way as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that I like that. In the jello.
Yeah.
Raisins in the jello.
Yeah.
That's a cute notion.
You can interpret from the way down or from the way up.
Yeah, I think that this is really what we've done.
Yeah.
And you're completely right that it comes back to Virgo. And now we're looking at the mythology of the Immaculate Conception.
Yeah.
So, like, we can see how the Immaculate Conception could be related. I'm just thinking this off the top of my head because it's an interesting rabbit hole. But from a metaphysical perspective and symbolic notion, we can consider the Immaculate Conception as that innate intelligence that comes from the appendix in the gut. That is an innate sense of knowing. And from that arises an instinct. And from the instinct arises an intuition. And from that intuition arises an expanded awareness, which we could associate with the divine child. And so the divine child, the consciousness is not rooted in the head. Yeah? The consciousness is rooted in the gut. And it suddenly gives us a real insight into why Taoism puts so much importance in the gut. Right? All of their energy alchemical work is done around the navel. Right? And that is the Tantin. And the Tantin of the navel is considered like the center of your proverbial universe. So they relate that to being like the most important point in the body. And so we can see how the Western Christian mysticism evolved from the idea of the Immaculate Conception of Virgo, producing this current of consciousness, which then takes us all the way back to the head, which is Aries. And from Aries takes us all the way down to the ground, which is Capricorn and Pisces. Pisces being the fish, right?
Yeah.
And Aries being the lamb. And it starts with the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin.
That's it.
And it's an astrotheological communication of the internal processes of the physical body as the conveyor of the consciousness and the experience of mental gymnastics that arises in the process of becoming fully attuned with our head to our feet. And when the head and the feet are aligned through the gut, yeah, then there's a crossing, right? So the cross is part of this as well. You mentioned the vagus nerve.
Mm.
Well, that arising from the gut has got to cross the vagus nerve to get to the head. And then when it crosses the second cross past the vagus nerve, it on the way down, it is having to balance the left and right hemispheres of the brain, right? In order to become in a state of balance and unity and harmony, so that it can bring that intelligence from the head into the earth, which is arising in the gut. So isn't that an interesting astrotheological perspective? We always think of astrotheology as being out there in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's actually happening inside our bodies. So that's a new way of considering it. We think of astrotheology based on the stars, but maybe the stars are just symbols being used to tell us about what's happening in our bodies.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And I used to be able to find a star chart of the ecliptic, how the stars kind of move on the horizon with that body that you showed earlier that was standing straight up, where it would be the head and would swivel down to the arms and up to the legs and feet. And I can't seem to find it anymore on Google search for some reason, but I'm gonna have to make one. But it's beautiful to see that you can show the all of the horoscopes and encompassed in this body of the ecliptic that goes across the horizon, and we can see how like it all kind of plays out. And it's interesting how a lot of the ones on the top are very close together, and then the ones on the bottom are very far apart. But yeah, and the arms seem to have like extra significance. But I guess if you look at it, the legs have even more significance than the arms. But in the ecliptic that I'm talking about, they don't really show the arms like laid out like that. They kind of like more along the body. But the way you have it is more referential to the anatomy that it refers to.
Yeah, it's very it's very interesting, you know, how we're sort of back at this point. And then the chakras are now relating to the 7 hormonal centers that govern all of these 12 systems, which is quite interesting. Like we look at the 12 systems of the body, right? And it's something we should probably all do to a certain extent, right? So the system of nadis that connect the brain through the organs to the feet, those long nerves, that's Pisces, right? Aquarius must be related to tendons and ligaments, right? Systems.
Yeah.
Capricorn must be related to bone and cartilage systems. Sagittarius must be related to muscular systems. Scorpio must be related to hormonal reproductive systems. Libra must be related to kidneys, enzyme systems, right? Virgo, as we know, is related to the intestines and to the microbial systems. Leo is related to the heart and the spine, movement of information, circulatory systems. Cancer is related to the glandular systems, right? The breasts, the glands, the stomach is a gland as well. Gemini is related to this one becomes really tricky, right? Like what systems are related to the arms, right? I would say that those are the systems that work together. The locomotive systems, right? Which is the combination of all of the muscle, tendon, and bone systems working together between Aquarius, Capricorn, and Sagittarius working in synergy. Taurus is in the throat, so it's the hormonal system specifically. And Aries in the head must be the neurological system. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting from that 12 based system of systems, and that does sort of cover the body's 12 systems if you want to break them into 12 systems in that way. Nice.
So this is like kind of the ecliptic right here. And you can see how on this baseline horizon, the stars move like over the year.
Vesica Pisces, isn't it? Cut in half.
Yeah. So usually, I guess I thought Aries was in the place where Sagittarius is, but I guess they have areas.
Depends on the time of year.
Yeah.
That you're focusing on.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, they sometimes they'll have the body along this ecliptic. It's pretty helpful. Can also like associate different parts of the body with like different times of the year. Which kind of connects us with like Mother Earth. Like our day is like her year, kind of, in a lot of ways. We have like a full cycle of sun rising and falling in the night to sleep. And she has that whole year of the summer coming to spring and summer coming to bring the sprouts and the crops, and then fall to harvest and winter to rest. So there's a lot in common with us and Mother Earth, and they're actually considering Mother Earth to be a living being now in science and taking studies on that. And Rupert Sheldrake has kind of paved the way with panpsychism, kind of being the mind of nature.
Namaste, Turjoka. I hope you're good. I hope if there's anyone that I've missed coming in, that I haven't missed you. I've seen you been here a while, Turjoka. Hello and welcome. Big love and blessings. I hope you guys are all thriving. You all seem like, gosh, this chat is flaming up, man. You guys are on fire. Where's you got your own personal wormhole? Of course, Gaz has got his wormhole rocking, ready to go.
Okay.
Everybody should have their own personal Stargate. Yeah, that's like, it's such a beautiful picture that you bring out there. It brings so many thoughts. You can see like Aries is like at the point of the furthest point from the center, which sort of makes sense. To begin, you must begin at the furthest point from the center, and then you must end at the furthest point from the center, if that makes sense, right? So it does sort of make perfect sense when you look at that, the way these things are put in context of the seasons. And I also think it's like it's very interesting. Just looking at that diagram, it makes me think. Like I see these pictures, and they talk to me, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm seeing Virgo. Now I'm looking at Virgo, and I'm looking at it in a very interesting way. I'm literally seeing an intestine and a little package. That little package that keeps all the bacteria and probiotics that we need, that flushes back into the gut. Like you say, if you're food poisoned, if you're sick, it's what's going to protect you. And then I look at Gemini, and Gemini looks like a set of arms. No? Hands reaching out to a set of arms.
Yeah, it looks kind of like that. But it would be like hips area. The head.
Isn't it quite interesting when we look at Aries?
Yeah. Now, where do we
Aries looks like a pair of scissors. No? And Taurus looks like it's like three things. It's like it's very interesting, like a three-spoked wheel.
Taurus.
So it's just,
I wish they had names on all of them.
sorry, I'm making a mistake here. The Aquarius looks like the pair of scissors. No, it's not Aquarius.
Gemini.
What am I saying?
Aquarius would be like near Pisces. Aries.
Yeah.
And Taurus. Is Taurus that like fish hook loop? Comes after Sag. It's in May.
Because like if you look at Virgo, right?
Yeah.
Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius. So before Libra is Leo. Leo is the one with the fish hook, right? Triangle.
Or the one with the it looks like a kite.
Yes.
That's Leo.
And then
Before
Cancer is the one that looks like it's walking without arms, right?
Yeah.
And then Gemini is the two arms, like the two hands reaching out, like just these two arms. And then Taurus is the pair of scissors. Yeah, looks like garden scissors. Taurus. Don't those look like garden scissors to you? On the right hand side of Taurus.
Yeah.
And then Pisces. Well, Pisces looks like an inverted Capricorn sigil, doesn't it? Almost.
Yeah.
You know the picture for Capricorn that we use? It's very interesting.
Mm.
And then on the other side of Pisces, we would have Aquarius. And Aquarius is like the head going down and the body's the back. It looks like a back bend. Someone doing a back bend and their head's down there and the body's over there.
Yeah.
You can have a lot of fun looking at these little pictures. You know, when you see them like this, moving along an ecliptic, they make so much more sense than when you just see the images.
Yeah.
You know, because you always wonder, like, which way up do they go? Does that make sense to you? Like, you look at the symbol, and you're like, which is the right way up? But when you look at it like this, you can see the right way up. From my perspective, maybe it's just me, but that's how it seems to me.
Very illuminating. I want to look at more diagrams that have the full names of the constellations on it. Pull one up here.
So where have we gotten to? The geomancy. Another part of the geomancy of the body. Wow, that's a serious image. I would definitely want to zoom in on that one.
Those we can get.
The geomancy of the physical body is something that's interesting. You know, we mentioned about physiognomy. I noticed that when I was in India in the Himalayas, I could warn you which cow not to walk next to. Yeah?
Yeah.
You know, do you know how I did that?
Let's see how it goes.
Math. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah.
I learned to look at the proportions of the body of the cow and go, that proportion's off. Look at those cows. Why is that piece of the body longer than the other pieces of the body? There's something deranged about that cow's form. And normally, when you studied it, and I'd speak to the farmers, I'd say, what's wrong with that cow? Or that bull? Something wrong with it. And they'd explain to me, no, that one's mother is also its sister. I'd be okay. Inbreeding. Yeah?
Yeah.
But the inbreeding would affect the animals in such a way that they would be psychologically unstable. And they would just out of the blue literally just attack people or attack animals. And this is like quite serious. Like if you're walking past a bunch of animals and a big animal with horns suddenly swings its horns at you out of the blue, it can be quite a shock. It can be quite not cool. And I noticed that the ones that would just, whenever I saw someone getting hurt by a cow or a bull, there was always ones with those weirdness. And I'd noticed that like they would stay away from me, right? For some reason, they wouldn't come near me. Probably because they know that I'm the dude that will like I'll take a cow to task, bro. I'll take a bull to task. I'm gonna have another kind of a dude. Like I know how sensitive that nose is, dude. Like you want a box. But I noticed as well that the other cows and the other goats or the bulls, they wouldn't want to be near that one. Isn't that interesting, huh? So there'd be one cow that's separate from all the other cows. The other cows are all hanging out together. That cow doesn't feel welcome with the other cows, and the other cows don't want that cow around. But that cow has got a couple of funny looking things that mathematically don't add up. And you look at this cow and you're trying to understand, like, what's different about this cow? And you search it and you look at the other cows and you notice, the dimensions are wrong. And then you'll notice, interesting, that the dimension wrong cows have to be over there. It's like a kind of apartheid. Animals have their own natural forms of apartheid. It's very weird. And those cows aren't allowed near the other cows. They won't tolerate them. They'll all like push them away with their horns, right? Because those cows are like different now. They don't want those cows around. And I think it's got a lot to do with these microbes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those cows would have different microbial populations in their bodies, and the other cow's guts can sense there's something wrong with that cow and they don't want it around. And I think humans, we can sense this with humans too, you know, that wrongness in a certain person. And whenever I've not gone with my gut, I've always been sorry afterwards.
Yeah.
Sometimes I make excuses like, I can't judge this person based upon like my gut. No, actually I should have.
They say that's why we kiss when we meet a girl that we like, because we're trying to see if that we're compatible with our microbes, and we'll know right away once we taste each other. Yeah. Sometimes
that's
they don't.
Really interesting.
Yeah. And the girls are all about the good smells, those pheromones. They pick up.
I'm just gonna let my little boy in quickly, brother.
Yeah. So the smells and the tastes influence the feelings of compatibility. And so that can kind of like show that the microbes in our systems are either compatible or incompatible. And it could also, be indicative of our diet potentially. If we have like a poor diet or a good diet. Some people have a really healthy digestive system and don't really need to eat any refined diet necessarily. Others have very sensitive digestive systems. So it's very interesting dynamic how it all plays out. But that stuff's kind of subconscious to us, and there's things that are making choices for us on the cellular level. Microbiota are influencing our compatibility sometimes.
I think you were talking about those things making choices for us. We're talking about the microbial kingdom.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Like, we think we choose our own sexual partners. That's a very interesting point.
Right.
Who chooses our partner? Us or our gut? That's really interesting. I'm very sensitive to smell and taste. And if a woman doesn't smell and taste right, I can't be near her, like sexually, or,
Yeah.
really like very fussy about that. It's really interesting. And I don't even need to taste, I can smell.
Mm-hmm.
You can smell a woman, and it's not like that she doesn't wash or that she's dirty. I mean, obviously that's a thing too, right? But it's not like that. It's like just there's a smell that's not right.
Yeah.
Most men are not normally that tuned into smells. I'm very smell oriented. I follow my nose. And I think the sense of smell is connected to that gut instinct. Right? Because your sense of smell like where must I go to get food? You smell the trees, the plants, and when you smell the right kind of plants, you go to the right place where there's the right kind of fruit, right? Flowers. You'll get drawn towards flowers, and the flowers will be where there's flowering plants, there's something to eat, no? And so I think that sense of smell is probably quite powerfully connected to this large intestine. But it's a whole new way of thinking about kissing a woman. It's like you're exchanging large intestine codes. It's a little bit disgusting, isn't it? Like, oh. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, well, a little bit of that. We have like in our mouth, like just like has like a whole biome of its own, and so it's indicative of like our body, like the pH level of our biome, and is part of that, and also like various pheromones and compounds and things that can kind of like also be associated with various things. They found that like certain microbes or bacteria are associated with like having a overweight problem or being obese, and so they found that like if you exchange microbes with these people that have that you actually become have a tendency to become like that, or you can become like that from really not because of people's choices, but because of the things in their gut driving their hunger. But you can kind of balance this stuff out by like refining your gut health with detoxification, and you can implement like new probiotics and prebiotics into the body, and then change your diet and shift things. Take like a sugar elimination diet would like probably eliminate a lot of the bad ones, for example.
I've been threatening how I'm actually going to start making my own kimchi and my own sauerkraut. I've been doing it for far too long. I actually have to do it. I was supposed to have made myself toothpaste this week. So I got myself a 5-kilogram bucket of activated charcoal. Because every house should have one, right?
Yeah.
And I got a 5-kilogram bucket of activated charcoal because, well, I don't like spending money. And I noticed that when you buy it in bulk, it's so much cheaper. And I was like, damn, I'll just buy one 5-kilogram bucket of activated charcoal and I won't have to buy charcoal for long. And I've got some soap ingredients. So I'm going to make my own activated charcoal soap.
Cool.
Using no petroleum products, using no parabens or anything. Yeah. Clean, healthy soap.
Nice.
I think that's a big part of our problem is the soaps that we use in our bodies.
Yeah.
Because like we don't realize how much our skin absorbs toxins. Like more important than what we eat is what we put on our skin. And what an interesting thought. People think, well, I need to eat healthy. Well, the soap doesn't matter that much. And toothpaste. Oh, all that brain rot stuff they put in our toothpaste, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Like, all you need is a good bit of coconut oil. That's like cold press, extra virgin. So it's got like antibacterial properties. Frankincense, myrrh, clove oils, and activated charcoal mixed in to make a paste.
Uh-huh.
The activated charcoal will whiten your teeth. The frankincense, the myrrh, and the clove will sort out all the bacterial issues in the mouth. And the coconut. So this is the kind of toothpaste that when you brush your teeth with it, you keep it in your mouth. How's that for an idea?
Do you ever use?
So you brush your teeth, and then you keep it in your mouth for long, because then it's drawing all the toxins out of your gums, right? With the charcoal is drawing. The coconut is called drawing. Like you're drawing all of the toxins out from underneath the roots of your teeth, everywhere out. And you say Toothpaste, you want to brush your teeth and get that horrible stuff out of your mouth as fast as possible. But if you make it yourself, you brush your teeth and you keep it in your mouth for like 10 minutes. Take your time, brush your teeth, no rush. And then just sit and keep it in your mouth for a while. And then when you spit it out, it's taking out all of the toxins inside of your bones and, and from your whole brain. In fact, I think it detoxes your whole brain. It's like it's an interesting perspective of, so I'm going to make my, and then of course you take a bit of sage and sage water as a mouthwash, right? You just make sage water, concentrated sage. I've got Mpepu, which is the most powerful sage I've ever found, local indigenous sage here to the southern tip of Africa that was sacred to the San people and the Khoi people, to the Bushmen. And so, yeah, this is my mission. I was supposed to have done it this week already, but I'm going to be on it. My own soap, my own toothpaste. And I think those two things make a big difference. Because your gut health is influenced by your oral mouth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're using crappy toothpaste in your mouth, is that weakening the gut health? Because we absorb so much of what goes in our mouth through our tongues and our systems. Doesn't it all get taken down into the gut? And doesn't it go through the gut and yeah, be like water without fluoride? Exactly. Exactly. That's the key. So I will take the water that comes from my borehole and make mouthwash with sage, because it will sort out any bacteria or anything. And how I would suggest you make it is you make edible mouthwash. So everything that you put in your mouth should be edible. If it's not something you would eat with a spoon out of a jar, then you shouldn't put it in your mouth. That should be the rule. If your mouthwash isn't something that you would drink, don't put it in your mouth. How's that for a golden rule? Eh?
Yeah.
Sage water, something you can drink. You put it in your food. It's water and it's sage. Extra virgin coconut, it's something that you can eat. I eat it with my food. Frankincense is good for your gut. Myrrh is good for your gut. Cloves, something that I eat. So all of those ingredients are what, and then what I use for my soap is a combination of natural cold pressed oils with a little bit of you make the saponi, the thing out of, I mean, you can find the recipes, they're quite easy. You can use charcoal, wood charcoal, to make a base for your soap, and then add that in. Or you could use caustic soda, which is a naturally found thing, but you use very small amounts, and that then becomes the water, and so it breaks down into its elements. So it's really interesting when you start to research all of these things, and you think, wow, it's actually quite easy to make your own soap. And then you just get yourself a big load of activated charcoal, and you just upgrade all your soap with charcoal when you wash, or that you're coating your body with charcoal, which is literally drawing the toxins out of your body while you wash. So it's not just cleaning your surface of your skin, it's actually pulling the dirt out of the pores. So,
That's awesome. So is this umpepu like a native herb that you can use for your soap?
Mpepu is a kind of a sage. It's called, in layman's terms, the name of it here is Hottentots koi, because it's abundantly found in the Hottentot Mountains. But it's found here in Cape Town, around where I am, and it's a kind of a sage. That's what it is. And I drink it. I make medicine out of it, and I drink it. It's good for you. You burn it to clean the space, like you would burn a sage. It's basically a very, very strong sage. That's what it is. But it's highly detoxifying for your body.
Good.
So then you use all these detox ingredients to make your own soaps, And I made my raw chocolate the other day. Oh my gosh, Indy, my little boy fell in love with the raw chocolate, eh? So the ingredients were cold press cocoa butter, right? And organic cold press coconut oil, extra virgin coconut oil, and natural cacao, and raw honey. And I didn't cook any of the ingredients. I just melted the cocoa butter. And then I added into that nuts and sesame. Yeah. And then after I'd made the raw chocolate, I coated the top of it with a thick layer of thick sesame and pressed it down. And I made like a big dish of it, like 200 grams of raw chocolate. Oh my gosh. And do you know what it cost me to make? It cost me the same as what it cost to buy Cadbury's gram by gram. How cool is that?
That's cool.
But there's no sugar in it, no preservatives, and it's vegan. There's no dairy in it. And it's all the ingredients that I would want to eat. Raw honey, cacao, extra virgin coconut oil, extra virgin raw cocoa butter. You know, these are all healthy things. Cocoa butter is really good for your skin. It's good for your eyes. These are all nutritious stuff. So, like, it makes your chocolate something that you're watching your son. You go, hey, you should eat more chocolate.
Yeah.
It's like eat your peas. You make sure you eat your carrots. Eat your chocolate, buddy. It's a superfood.
That's so cool. I love chocolate. I try to eat cacao nibs raw until I can't handle the bitterness, and then I have a little bit of honey with them. I've never seen chocolate made with honey instead of sugar, but I'm sure it's out there somewhere.
Raw honey, dude. I'm telling you, it rocks.
Yeah, it does.
It rocks. You don't need to put sugar in it. And yeah. And the interesting thing is when I did a cost analysis on everything that I bought and exactly how many grams I've got that's going to make of chocolate, right? And it works out to the same price as the cheapest, crappiest chocolate you can buy from your local shop. And I was like, wow. Like, they are not putting all of these cool ingredients into that like I am. I'm using the best of the best, you know, I'm using good stuff.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, for those of you out there, think about it. Nothing wrong with eating chocolate if it's healthy. Anyway, dear brother, are there any last thoughts that you wanted to put on the table?
I think we had a good show. I feel like we did talk about ley lines and we touched on geomancy. We get too deep into geomancy though, but I know that I've heard stories of people in the British Isles that went to like Celtic temples and altars there and were able to have like experiences across time and out of body experiences and stuff. And they say that it's like almost like going through a portal into another time. But
I noticed this too when I was in certain places. Sorry, do continue, brother.
If you want to mention one of those places, that'd be good.
Well, there were different places. When I lived in a deep jungle where there was a place called Kudumbigala.
Yeah.
There were all these beings around, always watching, but they weren't physical. They were like memories of Buddhist monks. And I was like, who are these monks? I see them everywhere, like walking around me, and I look again and they're not there. And I'm like, what the heck? And I would have these powerful experiences of them talking to me in my meditation, and obviously out of the body experiences because I was meditating a lot. And other places as well was when I was in the Himalayas. The one place which was the most powerful was Lukham Tal, which was an upward flowing river, a big spring, but it's like a massive spring, like a river really. I say a spring. It's a almost like a little lake of a river, you know, and but a small one you can swim across, you know, and there I had the same kind of very powerful experiences, being pulled up out of my body a lot very easily. Other places have been near the sea. There's a place by Golkana where there's a place called Ulm Beach. And if you go through the Ulm Beach, there's places where the ley lines are rich. Like there's a place called Half Moon Beach. And you'll find these special spots where you can sort of interact with nature in a very powerful way.
Wow.
Found another special place when I was in Rajasthan in the deserts. It was an ashram. They had sandalwood growing in the desert. It's unheard of, by the way.
Wow.
Unheard of.
Mhm.
Growing sandalwood in the desert. Seriously. You have to see it to believe it. It's like growing tropical plants in the desert. Like, since when, you know? But it happens. And
Now, where was this?
there's a sacred Shiva temple called Nandeshwar.
Mm.
And next to Nandeshwar, there's a ashram called Nandeshwarji. It's a Guruji Mohanji ashram. And Nandeshwar is an upward flowing spring in the middle of the desert. Once again, one of these sacred springs that doesn't ever stop flowing. And they've got underground rivers there that feed the root systems of the trees, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that you can have sandalwood growing in the desert, as you know, incredible as that sounds. But yeah, so that's one of those sacred places. Another one of those powerful places is here, Cape Town. There's a number of them, right? There's places where you can go to where there's a place called Llandudno. If you climb up on the mountain by Llandudno, it's got like a Scottish Gaelic name for a reason. You'll find that the ley line points up there are incredible. You'll have like cosmic experiences. Even here, close to where I am, brother. Here, close to where I am, it's very powerful points on the mountain. I've taken my little boy to show him some of these places, and you feel like you literally feel like wow, if I just walked into a different place, you can feel the energy is different. And your consciousness gets driven in a different way. If you go to Cape Point, to the place which is close to Cape Agulhas, which is where the Atlantic Ocean and the Indian Ocean meet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting spaces there. You're on these huge cliffs that look down over the sea, right? And they're like high, right? And you can see the two different oceans meeting right down beneath you because of the color of the sea. Very, very powerful places where you slip into a trance without even trying. Yeah. So yeah, brother, I think we're reaching that 4-hour point. I hope all of you in the chat have enjoyed our chit. Have a little bit of a chit chat, tongue wag, a chin niggle, chin nozzle, chin waggle. It's been an honor, dear brother.
It's been an honor as well.
And it's been an honor to have Cosmic. Yeah, he ran off early, and to have dear Hollowbone Hawk.
Yeah,
Mexico, as you know her.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah,
Fabulous.
Sending you all so much love, peace, and blessings. And Vincent and Turjaka and Gaz, you guys are having quite a tongue waggle in there. Bernadine.
Mm-hmm.
And Chris Miner. Have you been doing some good mining, dear brother? How are you doing, Chris? been singing out your Chris Minor. It's all good, brother. Next week, man, we'll have a cool topic, rocking the cool topic. Big love and big blessings to all of you. And Neil, Om Shanti. And as I go up, sending you all big love and peace. Hope you guys are going to have a great week and weekend. Hope you got what you came for. Enjoyed the show. Sending you all big love, big blessings. Om Namah Shivaya, Shiv Shankar Bhagwan, Bhagwan Namaha, Har Mahadev, Bam Shankar. Big love, big bless.
Much love. Blessed be.
Don't forget to smile.